Okay, start with the land acknowledgement. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge, appreciate the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory, is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the Indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Call to order, and the agenda is there in front of you. I will have to leave shortly after we open this meeting because I have another function to go to, so the deputy will take over, and then I'll be back as quickly as possible. Any declarations of conflict of interest? Okay, and we do have Councillor Bob Drawn calling in. Can you hear us there, Councillor Drawn?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Approval of agenda. Moved by Councillor Ramsey, second by Councillor Matard. All in favor? Councillor Drawn, yea or nay?
In favor?
Okay.
In favor, yeah.
So the presentations are in the folder, January 10th, 2026, stakeholder presentations. Our first presentation is Eastlink Centre, and we have the chair of the board, Philip Matasavage, and John Abbott, who is the general manager. So do you wish to start, or how do you wish to start? You, Philip, or John? We have the financial statements, and they're also up on the screen there, John, if you want to see them. That one's not working.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Just to say that I think we have a very positive budget here for your review, and I'll ask John to highlight the budget and address any questions that you or the council may have. Thank you.
Again, my thanks to both Your Worship and the councillors for the opportunity to appear, present the budget. We promise we won't take up much of your time. I think it's a very positive document. It's been another busier year, I'll call it, at Eastlink. We continue to grow our client base. We've been fortunate to attract a number of ethnic groups to rent the facility. Chinese, Japanese, the East Indians, Filipinos. It's pretty busy over there. So home shows, makers market continue to expand, and with that comes the increased revenue. So we're very positive and very pleased with where we're sitting today. After completing the renovations that council had approved in our capital budget, we're now renting rooms at a premium rate, having calls from off island after they see them online to come in. The Blue Cross is coming next month. So we're expanding our customer base, our user groups in that way. Aggressively seeking entertainment options. We've put a focus in on that. We're having some successes, we're having some challenges, but I think we're on the right path to having more of those options to us. The Islanders contract negotiated will be up for this summer negotiation on both the city side and Eastlink Centre side. So there's some opportunities there, I believe, to expand our revenue base. Anyway, and I look forward to them being around here for a number of years. So to the budget, we're not asking for much of an increase. It's 2%, which is about $25,000. We have in the MOU that although the government hasn't signed, we still kind of live by it. There's a couple of articles in there that state the city's contribution will increase by the negotiated salary increase, which I believe is 2%. On salaries, and on everything else, CPI, which I believe in January 1st or the end of December was 2.2. So that's all we factored in, which comes to an ask at the end of the day of 2% on our operating subsidy from the city. Our revenues, we expect our revenue to increase by 7.5%. Expenses will increase 4.2. We hope we can alter both of them. Our increase in the revenue allows us to sustain our model. As I stated, the MOU we're just following what the MOU has said. Some of the items on the budget, you'll see a fair decrease in ice rental for minor sport. That's due to the Scotties coming in February, and we'll lose 7,500 estimated in ice rentals. But the other side of that equation is fairly nice to have on our books, so we're willing to do that. There's a big miscellaneous arena rentals on there at 16,000. That's grads and proms. That's the 3 high schools in the city that have now been ensconced in our facility, which has been great for us. That's new revenue. Some of the other on the expense side, you'll see a budget there was a $30,000 increase in our security costs, directly due to the shelter being down in there. We had a lot of transient in the building, drug paraphernalia found everywhere, things of that nature. We do work very close with the shelter people, and it's improving, but it's coming into we're into the cold months, and unfortunately the transient people are looking for a warm place to be all day, so. And then charge their $300 cell phones. So we're always moving people around the building. So anyway, that's an additional expense. But I think with our revenues, we've sort of balanced that out as best we can. And the other big item change you may notice is on large events, the personnel charges for $85,000. We moved that from seasonal salaries, is where it was before. So that was for ushers and security that we always put into seasonal, just that's where it lied. It just didn't belong in there. So we've pulled it out and identified it as what it is. It's charges to hockey games, it's charges to concerts, whatever it might be going on. So yeah, we're hoping for a surplus of upwards of 60,000. The Scotties is going to be a darts on the board. Basically, we expect that to be very, very profitable, but we don't know. There's going to be a lot of expenses. If we're fortunate enough to move into a construction phase, there's going to be some additional costs to ferry people back and forth to the arena. So we're optimistic we can come in at 60,000. Who knows? It's a stab in the dark, but I think we've got some good numbers here, and I think our staff has done a good job. Where there's 3.5 of us that run that facility, so it's not like we're top heavy in staff. So anyway, we present that budget to the city and hope for your consideration and approval.
Thank you, John. I'm going to ask Councillor Ramsey and Deputy, can you just take over for me? I'm going to head out. Thanks, John. Thanks, Philip. Bring yours up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, John, for that. And Philip. I don't know if I missed it, John, when you first started. You said the Islander contract is up this year?
Yes, yeah.
So who would be at the table, like besides Eastlink? Is there anyone from the city going to be representing? Or or is it just the board of directors?
It would typically would be the Eastlink Center would negotiate it with the city's approval. Yeah, we would bring it back.
Councillor Ramsey? Sorry, just to add further, the city staff also bring forward the city's agreement with the Islanders through the corporation. So there's 2 different agreements. John's speaking specifically to Eastlink Center's agreement. Yeah.
Councillor Beck.
Thank you for that. John, just comparative, what was, like here we're looking at net income, 61,000. What was, on page 4, what was the comparative of last year? Do you remember offhand?
Last year, we budgeted $129, and we came in about 58 to the good. The year before, we lost 227,000.
Okay,
So we're on a trending in the right direction. I think it was a small increase asked for last year, and it's proven that, you know, we can operate without having to come back to the city with our hands out
Good.
any more than we need to.
Yeah.
So yeah, what this year brings, Councillor Beck, we're optimistic it'll be more than that bottom line, and hopefully next year we can come back in and say we need a little less.
yeah. It's all conjecture at this point.
It's a-
Page 2, large events, pretty significant. Are you throwing in for lack of a better word, the cultural events? Is that kind of what those large events would be?
Yes, you're correct.
And are you throwing the Scotties in there for
No.
this year? No, that's
No.
separate and
Yeah.
above.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's hard, it's just hard to put a number on that. That's why we're, like I say, optimistic that for everybody, that's gonna be a huge event. And,
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, if we didn't put anything in as anticipated income.
okay. And in that other one would be like the home show and,
Potato Expo.
yeah,
Concerts,
Easter beef
Easter,
sale.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's all, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Beck. Councillor Matart.
Thank you. Actually, my question was a little bit more direct to the CAO who just left, but I was just trying to clarify, are we doing capital budget as well, requests? Because I don't see any capital here.
Not to my knowledge, we put
Yeah.
in a 5-year capital budget last year.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't sure
I
if we
haven't
were reviewing
heard.
that
I haven't heard that we were
for the
presenting that.
CAO. My question was related to, are we doing capital with our presentations today as well for anybody who is presenting on capital? Or is it just operational? It's operational here, obviously, for Eastlink, but I was just wondering if, because generally we see capital requests that are coming in.
Not at this time.
fine.
I mean,
Okay.
we
Okay,
a lot of our capital requests last year was based on the renovation, and we took out a bunch of stuff and.
So you're not, okay. that's what I
Yeah,
was
so,
there. Okay,
we're not, I wouldn't be prepared today to present that.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matart. Any other questions? Any impact, John, to your budget when it comes to the Scotties? I know you talked about it a little bit, but are you foreseeing like, yeah. That's for 2027, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's going to impact hopefully on the good side.
Okay.
I think the bigger picture is what it does for the city and the province. We're certainly an active participant, and we negotiated our own agreement. We have a license agreement on the trade center side with the bar sales, because now the Scotties, the patches is all theirs. It used to be ours, and we could basically sell that to somebody. So we lose that revenue, but we got a percentage of the sales of the bar. Depending on that, I think we'll come out looking pretty good at the end of it. But based on the 2011 Scotties, it should be good. So, but yeah, we haven't. I think the biggest thing, Deputy, is that we just don't know this time next February where we're going to be, and we've already had meetings with transit to have shuttles running, because we're going to have to get a lot of people to the facility. Inside the facility, what you see on TSN is not going to change, but the outside will certainly be less accessible. So we have to make sure that, so that could be an increased cost that we just don't know. But we expect, certainly the hotels and restaurants in Charlottetown are going to be full, guarantee that. And the province is going to do very well, but until we actually see where we are this time next year, it's hard to predict. If there's nothing going on, we're gonna do very, very well. But if we have to have a lot of expenditure, it may not be as rosy. Hope that
Thank you.
answers.
Yep. Councillor McAleer.
Thank you, Deputy. Just want to confirm, for clarity, on the Islanders peace contract, it's up for negotiation or renewal, I guess, in summer, June, July, or, and again, who's at the table for the city? Is it staff? Is it, just wondered what our involvement was on that and.
Through the deputy mayor, council, so there's two components here. So the East Link Center agreement with the Islanders would directly be with Charlottetown Civic Center Management, Inc. There wouldn't be any city representative at the table in that capacity, although we would hear about it as having a board seat. On the city side, the renewal of the agreement would come through the Economic Tourism Culture Committee. So it would come through that committee. We'd bring a recommendation forward. Obviously, that committee would determine whether it moves on to council. So there is a very focused process. We're just not there yet.
And if I could, Deputy, just add a little bit to that, I know there's a lot of talk around that, the Islanders don't pay anything and we don't get any money from the Islanders. The last year we negotiated a little bit of a sidebar that they understand that we're under pressures to produce some revenue from the city, and we understand that, and they understand that. So this year alone, we're probably going to take out $80,000 from the Islanders through ticket fees, through credit card sales, through different methods. As I said, are we ever going to get to $1 million? Like, that's never going to happen. But, can we get to 150 maybe, or 175, that at least the public aren't out there thinking it's a complete free ride, because it really isn't. And they've been great, and they understand we're coming, and they understand that our mandate is to increase our pot, or our revenues. So I think it's important for everybody to understand it's not a complete free ride. They got a great deal, don't get us wrong. But there are some avenues there that we can certainly tap into, I think, that won't affect perhaps their bottom line as much as it would be just a straight rental fee or something like that. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, John. Yes, go ahead, Wayne.
Deputy, I was just going to also add to John's point that the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, or Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League, I should say, in recent times had commissioned an economic impact study on what the league means to destinations, and there's one specific to the Islanders. So it's pretty impressive what it means to have a Q team in your community, and we will surface that as a part of the negotiations.
Thank you for that additional information. That's great. Any other questions, comments? What about from Phil or John? Anything else you wanted to add?
I don't have anything. I just, we certainly appreciate the cooperation we get out of this council and the mayor's chair and you deputy, and of course with Wayne on the board, there's a great working relationship there. So we just look forward to continuing on, and hopefully you'll consider our budget fair and operational for you people as well. So that's all I have.
Just before you go, Councillor Duran, do you have any comments, questions that you would like to add?
No, thank you. I agree with John there. It looks good for everything, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duran. Okay, well, really thank you very much for coming in on a Saturday morning. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you have something fun planned.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really starting today.
So next up, we have the Bell Alliance Center. Well, thank you very much for coming in, folks, and I'm just going to turn it right over to you to do your thing.
Thank you, Deputy. My name is Alan Wood. I'm the General Manager of the Bell Line Center, and with me is Peter Taylor, my Finance Manager. Jim Cody, our Chair, sends his regrets. He's dealing with a head cold right now, and he's probably watching us online and critiquing everything I'm saying right now. So I just want to thank CAO, Deputy, and Council again for letting us come in and present our budget for the upcoming year. We at the Bell Line Center, we are extremely busy facility, lots of things on the go, year-round facility that through the arenas and the aquatic center. And right now we are also, as we've discussed for the past couple of years, in the midst of some major capital projects and renovations. So we do have our capital budget to go over for this presentation as well, and we can discuss that. So we'll just move on to the next. So again, too, our board, we have a board of 8, 4 are appointed from the city, 2 from Kerry, 1 from the University of Prince Edward Island, and 1 from the town of Stratford. And we are a major player in the community's sport and recreation, and we love what we do, and we love being able to deal with the community and our patrons every day. So coming into our operational budget, I'll just kind of go over some of the highlights. We are looking at our operating revenue increasing 7.2% over last year's budget. The arena revenue is going to increase by approximately $44,000. This is to do with raising our rates as well as an increase in our daytime usage. Aquatics revenue is, we're looking at an increase of about $137,000. This is from additional space, so we've acquired some additional space from a tenant moving out. We've started utilizing that for day camps, and now we have a licensed after-school program that we have soft launched this year, and we're going to continue to look to grow that in the coming years. We have an increase in our operating expenses of about 6.6%. That main increase is going to be in the wages position with some of those added positions for the after-school program, as well as building back up our aquatic staff, who has been running at more of a lean level for the past couple of years. So we'll move to, this is a bit of an overview of our operational budget, where you'll see our ice rental increase of about 4%. Swim instruction is increasing by about 10%. Public swims, water slides, that can change from year to year, so we're seeing a trend where it's decreasing a little bit, but that is being offset by some of our swim programs that we are offering. Right now, we have started a master's program, and we have grown that from 12 registrants to over 100 registrants, and it's really taking off, and we're very excited about that, and it's we're utilizing that to take up some of the slower times within the pool. On the wages side, as discussed, wages and benefits is increasing slightly due to some of those new positions. Repairs and maintenance, as we are an older building, we are constantly seeing the repairs moving up and up each year as we're trying to deal with those. Insurance is increasing as well. We have been increasing the valuation of the building as over the years with some of the more active storms and things coming in. We want to make sure that we do have a proper valuation, and that's increased our insurance drastically. And again, to staff training and travel, we are always looking to try to better our staff and keep them educated and advanced in their positions. And that is on the operating budget side. I will move to the capital unless there's any questions that anyone wants to ask, or do you want to just hold questions till the end? Please.
That's green.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So in order for us to fix it, we're Would that be under us or is there?
No, so that,
Operational or would that be under capital?
that's going to be under operational
Okay.
at that point. So we have been, we went back and checked. Nothing happened to the board, just a couple of, it is a large display, but it's made up of many smaller
Right. Yeah.
cubes and screens. 3 of them just went out. So we've had the installer over to look at it. They've checked the programming, has nothing to do with the programming. So we are looking at having someone come in. So, yeah, so we are looking to get to the bottom of what happened there, and it's unfortunate that it happened, and it's there, but these are just the things that we
Yep.
we run into.
No, I was just wondering, like once we received that from Canada Games, like does it fall on our lap now? you know?
It does fall in our lap.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Great, thank you. Keep going, yep.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move ahead to our capital budget. So as mentioned, you know, we are an aging facility, so we're trying to stay ahead of our capital projects, so we don't have any costly shutdowns. We have our refrigeration dehumidification equipment in the building that has passed their useful life. And as discussed, we are in the midst of having that replaced and going through that tendering process. This upcoming year, we do plan on replacing the seating and the arena dasher boards and glass in Arena A. That will be happening in this upcoming spring. We have received a grant from the Canada Games Legacy Fund for the dasher board replacement, so that will cover over 50% of that major renovation. And our major refrigeration and dehumidification project was to be installed this upcoming spring. Sorry, it was in 2026. But we've had to delay the installation by a year due to sourcing some major components. So that has been pushed back to the spring of 2027. We will still be moving ahead, of course, with the project and ensuring that some of our those major components that we can get will be on site and ready to go for that. So the project will be moving. There will be costs incurred as we go forward. So on our, go back here. Some of our major capital projects, as mentioned, the arena refrigeration and dehumidification, that project is projected to be about 10.5 million. The seating replacement in Arena A is 315,000. Dasher board and glass replacement is 393,000, which, as mentioned, 270,000 will be covered by the Canada Games Legacy Fund. We are looking at all of our heat pumps in the building are original as well, so we are looking to start replacing those. So we have 5 heat pumps being replaced in this current upcoming year. And then in the following year, we're looking to do the dasher boards and glass in the Arena B. And as well over in Arena B, we do have some issues with the walls in there. Some of the drywall and things like that in there are starting to deteriorate, so we're looking to have that replaced. And as we move down, we're looking at within the pool, there needs to be major renovation on the pool deck. Water slide possibly needs to be replaced. Roof membrane and so on. So those are some of the major ones coming up. But in this upcoming year, we always have a capital emergency repairs line item in there. We have our compressor maintenance to ensure that our compressors are up to date and ready to go for the year. Refrigeration dehumidification system replacement. So really with that, that is us purchasing the equipment that is going to be needed, and there is going to be interest accumulated on that, and the 149,000 is going to be the interest accumulated on the purchases for this upcoming year. Dasher boards and glass, as mentioned, seating replacements, the heat pumps, updating the front desk, getting that brought up to date, and some other small capital projects in there as well. Down below, you'll see the grant amount of 270,000 coming off. Then we have a commercial tenant fund, and that is any revenues that we make over and above from our rentals, over above our expenses. And then we have the City of Charlottetown's portion and UPI's portion there. Any questions on any of the capital items that has been discussed?
Yep, go ahead.
So Stratford's not involved at all anymore, correct? Like it's only
Stratford,
Charlottetown and UBI?
Stratford has never been involved on the capital side. They are involved on the operating side, so they do have a small operating grant that they provide.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor Matart? Or Councillor Pack, sorry.
One and the same, yeah.
Yeah, he's looked the same.
Al, what's the nature of I was just looking at the seating in Arena A. What's, outside observation doesn't look that bad. What's the nature of the issue there?
The issue is they are original seats. We do end up spending anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000 just on repairs and buying, the specific hinges for the seats. They're quite expensive, and it's getting hard to find replacement parts for it. And so, if we're spending that much on seating, the plastic is starting to deteriorate in some of the seats as well. So they may not look that bad, but a lot of them, I would have to say, after a large event, we have to fix anywhere between 5 and 10 seats. And instead of buying parts now, we are looking at, there's one section that we're just starting to take parts from. So we are starting to lose seats in the facility, because last time we went to order some, it took us anywhere between 12 and 16 weeks just to get some parts in.
Yeah, so just to follow up to that, seating capacity is 1,200? Do we have 1,200 seats in there?
It's just under 1,100.
Just under 1,100. So if we reconfigure, is there an opportunity to, those seats are coming on 20-some years old. Is there a way to reconfigure seats, or to potentially add seats, or make any kind of changes, or would it be or is that kind of a standard seat size that it has to be? So we'll be back still under the just under 1,100.
That's correct. Right now, we did look at it. There is a few different size seats in there, but playing with those numbers, we're really not able to utilize and find any more space where we'd be able to add many more seats. We are looking at it. They did come back with 4 different seat sizes, but some of them we're unsure. So we're just trying to minimize that and get that down to just 2 different seat sizes that we can have. But really, we went around and looked at it where there was any open space. The sight lines weren't good. Headroom wasn't that good. So there's not really much chance to grow that unless we were looking at doing a major renovation.
Thank you for that. Councillor McAleer?
Thank you. Just to understand, dasher boards and glass, 393,000. Am I right in understanding the glass piece is the glass that sits above the boards? And then what are dasher boards?
Sorry, that's just the term for them. It's just the boards in the arenas. So it's the boards that surround the ice surface. So, as you're playing hockey and it's all that component of metal and plastic that surrounds the boards, the glass does sit on top. So we are looking at getting the acrylic glass as well. So one of the components with this is the board structure that we have, again, is original. They're quite rigid, and we do have tempered glass. Going with the newer a newer upgrade on the boards and glass is going to create a safer environment for any of the players out there. So the Hockey Panthers and any of our minor sport teams that are going to come in, they're going to have curved transitions within the boards and on the corners. So we'll be safer. The boards have a little bit more of a give to them. So we're looking at that component. And we also have built into it a sledge hockey component as well. So we are getting the sledge hockey piece where it'll easily transfer over and we'll be able to host more sledge hockey events. We are looking at having the local team in. They are starting to do some events and practices at our facility, and in hopes as we do get these boards in, it will be more accessible for them.
Thank you. And Councillor Matard?
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Alan, just to summarize kind of the operating revenue that you're looking for, if I read this correctly, essentially what you're saying is a 6% increase from 25, 26, 26, 27 for the city of Charlottetown? Is that generally, to get to your, assume what you have presented here as a balanced budget? I'm on page 3 of your presentation, your second PDF that you provided, which is the 26-27 operating budget summary.
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, that would be about a 6%
So that
increase.
just-
Yeah,
So generally, wrapping all this up in here today is looking for a 6% increase
6% increase in our ask, yes.
in your ask on the operating expense side of things, which I do, see, obviously contributes to some additional, the insurance, as you indicated earlier, is up 102% based on, I guess, unforeseen increases in insurance coverage. But for the most part, wages are up 7%. And then you have office supplies up 8%. But then, of course, you obviously, and then 28% in staff traveling. And then you have some decreases, obviously, in other areas. So for a total there of 7% in your operating expenses. So are you hoping to get to a balanced budget here, if I read this correctly, this balance sheet correctly here?
That's correct. We are always looking at a balanced budget.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that that's essentially what the ask is, a 6% increase. Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Matard. Alan, in terms of the revenue stream from the tenants, how much does it generate annually for capital projects?
Thank you, Deputy. So with that, as you can see on the line item on page 8, so the commercial tenant fund, there is approximately $100,000 that will be coming off of the capital as revenue coming in. So typically what would happen is any rental amount that comes in less any operating expenses that we have that goes against that piece gets taken off, and then anything above and beyond goes to our capital. So it can range anywhere between $100,000 to $120,000.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Duran, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, Deputy, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Matard, I think I see your light on.
Just to further clarify, Alan, so just back on that 6% increase, and I noticed UPEI and Town of Stratford as well. So do you do the same presentation to obviously those 3 groups for looking for that same increase?
Thank you, Councillor Matard. With UPEI, we send them our budget. If they do request a meeting, we will meet. And the Town of Stratford, we just have an agreement with them that we increase it 5% every year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any more comments, Alan? Anything else you wanted to share?
Thank you, Deputy. No, and again, I just want to thank you for allowing us to come in and present. And we do enjoy. We've always had a great relationship with the city of Charlottetown, and we are just excited to serve our community. So we just thank you for this opportunity to come in and present. So, thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming in on a Saturday morning. So we have the Confederation Center next, but we're a little ahead of schedule, so I'm not sure if they're here yet or not. So I don't know if anyone knows if they're out there, but or we can just stretch our legs for a minute, but don't go far because the break isn't until after Confed Center. We'll do a recess, folks. Welcome back, everybody. The next stakeholder on our list today is the Confederation Center of the Arts. So we welcome Steve Bellamy here, and I'll just turn it right over to you, Steve, and welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate having the time to be here. The main purpose of my visit is to provide an update because the city is, of course, an important partner in this major capital infrastructure investment in the center, and I want to provide an update on how things are going, just as part of good governance of managing the project. So, and take any questions you might have along the way. We're over halfway, so it's exciting, but here is an update. So since the $5 million investment from the city, that has helped to create more momentum. So we have since that time secured an additional $5.5 million from the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund, an important grant because that program is being sunset as part of the federal government's reduction in spending. We have relied on the Canada Culture Spaces Fund for our physical infrastructure funding to repairs to that building. As you know, the Confederation Center takes up a full city block. We are 61 years old, and the annual cost of just keeping the building going, and if we include repairs, custodial, IT, everything that's in that department is around $2.5 million a year just to keep things going. 30 years ago, it was under $1 million a year, but it's an old building. So with the loss of that fund, it's not going away entirely. They're just making it unable to be used for renovations. It'll only be used for equipment. So we'll still rely on it for equipment in the theater and so on, but we will need to find other sources, and we're right now talking to the Federal Ministry of Infrastructure about establishing a Centennial Buildings Infrastructure Fund. So we're optimistic about that, but that's taking a lot of work. In any case, we were very pleased to get this $5.5 million, and it was due in part to all levels of government being very pleased to see the city on board as a partner. We also received a $1 million from another private family foundation that we'll be announcing soon for the Leadership Institute. It'll be a naming of the Leadership Institute we're starting for Conversations About Canada. And on Christmas Eve, received $1 million from Eric Jackman, a current board member of the center. That was a nice boost. So $7.5 million since the $5 million that have come in, and we've had several six-figure contributions since then. So the private campaign is going well. So an update on the physical project, as you know, where the construction is happening in the site of the old library. And just a reminder of what it will be. This is what it did look like. The 3 cubes of the former library are now opened up to the outside, because in between those cubes is where the next couple of months you will see more, more mass timber structure going up. The way the mass timber structure on the Queen Street side is nearly complete. The 2 mass timber structures on that part of Vic Row, which will result in this appearance, are being framed up now. So the only contractor companies that aren't from the Maritimes are here with us right now. We have 1 company from Ontario that sourced the mass timber and 1 company from BC that are expert in installing it. And those 2 firms are with us now, and they'll be framing that up over the next while. It'll be an incredible shift to the landscape. I'm not sure what's happening to the images there, but my slides are kind of split. Anyway, you get the idea. Let's see if I can go back a bit. Oh, that's clean. No?
Maybe I'll try another.
Yeah, can we escape and go back in? They're kind of...
That's how the vision becomes after sitting on those decks.
Yeah, it's true. I sent you a PDF. Maybe that's making it worse.
The package we have, there's split pictures as well. What you
Oh, so that's on the PDF? So it was in the PDF render? Oh, darn. So that's my fault, I apologize. I just made it from a PowerPoint, but. Okay, let's just go back to it. It's okay. No, it's not you. Okay, so let me just zoom forward there, that's too bad. Check your PDFs, Steve, before you send them. Oh, that one's clean. Okay, so it's just a few. So as a reminder, we have, I think everyone here is familiar with the Simons Medal Lecture that we do in the fall, where we award the medal to a prominent Canadian for contributions to life in Canada. And this Canadian Leadership Institute, soon to be named, will expand on that programming. So we will host more events like that, where we're having important discussions on the country, on things that strengthen Canada, on everything from interprovincial trade to agriculture to defense, to the role of culture. Any public policy conversation, we want to grow that branch of what we're doing, because this place was built as Canada's monument to Confederation, and we're trying to add that programming. The interior will, that mass timber is going up between now and April in the main area, and will all benefit this Leadership Institute spaces. Some of our activity we've been doing in Memorial Hall, this is the kind of thing that will continue. A couple of rooftop patios on the Richmond Street side, one of them at roof level on the east side. The west side patio is at 5th floor level. And so the ability to host events will be enhanced in the center. We'll be able to contribute to, we're talking to meetings and conventions PEI, because there's a spot that Charlottetown doesn't have great resources to host. The conference side, Wayne will know more about this than me, but sort of 150 to 300 people will be an ideal location for that. Or if the Delta, say, has something that's too big for them currently, we'll be able to be overflow, so they can accept maybe bigger gatherings than they can today. The facility will be great for that. There are spaces in here for our expanded Arts Academy, so visual arts room, the Skierman Family Studio. There will be new music spaces, a new dance studio, but all of these rooms are flexible. They don't have fixed furnishings, and they'll be able to serve those gathering functions in addition to being the purposes that they're built for in terms of the Arts Academy. And the third piece is the Arts Innovation Hub. So Telltale Harbor was our first big flagship piece, creating new original content. And I will say that since our last meeting, Telltale Harbor had a successfully sold-out run at the Royal Alex in Toronto, which is good. Part of our long-term revenue-generating plan is that we own IP in the new Canadian content we create. So we take royalties off of that, and we're in the middle of negotiating with Mirvish. They want it back for another run in December, January, which is exciting. So the Arts Innovation Hub will have not only the rehearsal hall and share some of those spaces with the Arts Academy, but it'll have artist in residence studio and other meeting spaces for the creation of new Canadian content, whether that's having a writer in residence or creating more musical theater shows or visual art. There will be meeting space and rehearsal space to support the creation of new Canadian content. So we're very excited. The project is still running on time. Just having a conversation earlier. It's not that we haven't run into problems. The framing up of those two pieces, for example, was originally scheduled to happen last September to November. But when that wood was delayed, our construction management firm and local PEI teams worked to leapfrog some of the other work. So now in the outer 2/3 of the building, you have, it's actually fascinating right now. If anyone wants a tour, I'm more than happy to take you through. You will see every stage of construction right now in the building. In the middle, it's back to the concrete and original framing up of structure. And on those outer thirds, there have been some temporary walls put up for winter. So work is continuing in them, drywall's being put up, all the electric and HVAC is already in. So things are being finished in some parts of the building while the early structures are being made in others, and that's been that's allowed us to stay on schedule. And I don't mind saying that's primarily a function of the fact that we have 44 Prince Edward Island firms working on this, and it's the local firms that make it possible to be that flexible. So we're grateful for that. we're still on track to be off Victoria Row by mid-May. An important update for you. That's on track. We're leaving Victoria Row by mid-May as planned. Yet to be scheduled, and I'm not sure where our team has, I know our team's working with the city. We do have some Queen Street work. It's not major, but we're widening the steps off Queen Street up to the new rehearsal hall. And we're also creating a wheelchair accessibility ramp that really stretches from our box office entry on Queen all the way down to this new section. So there will be some work on Queen, but it'll be minimal. And I know that the city's in touch with our team on that. The campaign itself, so back to the 5 million, and I promised myself I wouldn't say much about this or how it was portrayed in The Guardian, but I am going to remind folks that the partnership with the city was very clearly spelled out in open session in here, that it was an investment and a partnership into this capital project, part of which allowed the city to take ownership of land that the Confederation Center owned to protect it as green space. And that's what the deal was. There was nothing in that agreement that gave the province any authority, but there was mention in the agreement that the city and province would work on talking and communicating after about the communication, what would happen in the building. But it was disappointing to see it portrayed as the center sold boulders for $5 million. That's just not, not at all what happened. So the investment into this project is the win for the people of Charlottetown, the people of Prince Edward Island. The total raised of our $71.5 million goal, which, as a reminder, $65 million is the construction cost, $5 million of that fundraising will be endowed, because then that will produce some help to operating funding, and $1.5 million is the cost of raising $70 million over 5 years. So we're very pleased to have hit 68.25 out of our $71.5 million goal. And that leaves us just $3.25 million that we are working on. We're still in the middle of $5 or $6 million in conversations with private foundations and donors across the country. So optimistic we're going to achieve our goal. We've welcomed Colonel Chris Hatfield and Cassie Campbell onto our honorary chair committee. So these honorary chairs of the campaign have been very helpful. Alan Doyle's taken part in many events. Peter Mansbridge has helped bring people to the table. They've all either brought donors to the table or taken part in helping us to thank donors when they get involved. It's a very important role for major fundraising. We are also giving tours through the site very regularly right now. There's a lot of interest. The site is at an interesting point in its in the reconstruction, as I mentioned earlier, so an open invitation to council, to city staff. If you want to arrange something, please reach out to the center. We're very happy to take people through who are interested to see the construction site. Finally, where is the money going that's being invested into this project? As I mentioned earlier, there are 10 firms or 2 firms outside of Atlantic Canada, one in Ontario, one in BC. There are 10 firms in Atlantic Canada that aren't from PEI, and they're mostly in New Brunswick. There's one from Nova Scotia. I will say that a number of those work regularly in PEI, and many of them hire islanders when they come here to do work. And then 44 firms are here in PEI. So we're proud to say that 80% of this major investment is going to families all across Prince Edward Island who are working on this project. So we're looking forward to getting back to business. It's been an exciting project, but it's more fun to be done, I'm going to say, at this point. It will be more fun to be done. We're looking forward to moving in and just getting back to what we do, which is being a pump for Charlottetown, for business downtown, and bringing people in. So thank you for your partnership in this. I just wanted to give an update. I'm actually not here for an ask, and wanted to say thank you and open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Steve. I was at another event, so I missed the presentation, but I'm sure it was always professionally presented. So any questions? Yes, Councillor Ramsey, Councillor McAleer.
Well, thank you, Steve, for that, and you answered my two questions. These are just comments. I'm very impressed and very pleased that you almost hit your fundraising goal. like, that's a lot of coin that you had to raise, and you're doing fantastic at that. And the other question was, I'm pleased that you got a date for Victoria Roll, that you be off that, which you're looking around May. So with that, I would certainly like to thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. Councillor
Thanks, I
McAleer.
appreciate that. I left out one update I wanted to give, and this is only because it came to my attention 2 days ago that there might be a bit of a rumor on the row that we are not keeping a performing stage on the row. I don't know where that rumor came from, but it's not true. We have every intention of keeping the stage on the row, just for the record. I think the source of that might have been a conversation we'd had that we are exploring building and renovating a new stage that might better match the renovation at the center. If we do that, it would be after the project, so it will be after this summer. And if we do it, it would only replace the existing wooden stage that we've been using. But for summer '26, we're putting the stage back, business as usual, just to be sure.
Here it is, announced by the Executive Director, CEO of the Confederation Centre. There will be a stage on Victoria Row. Councillor McAleer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brown. No, just like to offer my, congratulations to Steve, to you and your team. To have a project this scale on time and on budget is, I think, probably the exception in the rule. And to you and your team, you could probably maybe put a course on for people who want to be engaged in large projects. And again, all the best in the completion of it and success of your fundraising goal. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I'll say that I get to do the show and tells. Brighton Construction knocked it out of the park on this and continues to in their keeping things together. The PEI firms, as I mentioned earlier, have been dedicated and shown up when things have gone awry. And of course, my own team at the center, I'm grateful, particularly Jody Zver and Troy Gallant. They've kept things on the rails.
Councillor Beck.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. I was excited about this project right from the start, and I think my excitement has done nothing but accelerate over the last little while, especially when you start to see the pieces coming together. And you kind of stole a comment I was going to make about the fact that it has been on time and that it has been largely 80% island companies into this project. That's not an insignificant economic impact here for Islanders, not just for Charlottonians, but for Islanders as a whole. And I'm pleased with, I got to give shout out to Richard here too as well in terms of the work that they've done in terms of working with the Victoria Row operators. I know that there was some angst that came out around that at the start. I'm happy to see that the impact has been as little as we can. It cannot be zero. It cannot be no impact. But I think the work, the collaborative effort that's been done through yourself with Richard, our city staff, the Victoria Row operators who've, rightfully spoke and had legitimate concerns that they wanted to get addressed. And I think there's been a really good job on all parts to ensure that all pieces are being respected and that we're trying to do this to make sure that the project comes ahead. And I think at the end of the day, as you said, you're going to be happy to be out of the project stage. I can't wait to see what the final project looks like. And it's just something that, as I said at the start, I was excited about it. Just keep getting more excited about it. I can't wait to see the finished product as well. So congratulations to all.
I appreciate that, Councillor Beck, and you're absolutely right. I should have named Richard. He did yeoman's work over, and still doing, over months in terms of communications. Your job maybe isn't communications professional, but it has been. So thanks very much for that, Richard.
Oh, Richard has many jobs. He does a great job in all of them. And as we always said, Steve, when there's construction, there will be disruption. But I think what you've been doing there is mitigated a lot of the stresses that were talked about prior to the shovels going in the ground, boots on the ground. So good on all of us, or all of you at the...
Yeah, everyone involved. It's really fair to say there's no one that's taken that issue lightly, right? Has it been perfect? No. Is there disruption? Always. But I know there's no one involved in this project that isn't ethically interested in minimizing that disruption and has done everything possible to minimize it. We've made major changes to the construction schedule in order to relieve the pressure on that street. So we love that street as much as anybody else in Charlottetown. We want it to thrive. And no, I'm happy with the way it's gone, and we will be glad to be out in mid-May.
And value added to it also when it's done.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
Any more questions? Lots of time. No? Mr. Bellamy, as always, thank you very much.
Thank you.
to
I'll
hear.
reiterate my offer for tours. Please do reach out. My EA, Kim, is the best person, but reach out to me directly too. Also, sadly, she's retiring, so I'm searching for an EA. If you know any good people.
No.
It's very difficult for
We're not
me.
gonna give away
She's
anyone.
amazing.
Okay.
Anyway, hope to tour some people through. Please take us up on that.
Okay, we, I guess, have a recess because the next presentation is the Charlottetown Chamber of Commerce, and they're on for 11:15?
Yes, I can contact through email to see if they may be able to come earlier.
Yep.
but We'll go to recess.
Yep, we're gonna just recess, so turn off the sound, keep the camera going. Okay, we're out of, and Councillor Duran, are you still there? Does he show a hand?
He's probably waiting until 11:15, because that's what the
Would he be on now?
agenda says.
He's still showing.
Okay, he's still showing. Good. Could you? Yeah. So we're ready to go, and it's the presentation from the Greater Charlottetown Chamber of Commerce. Bianca, do you want to introduce yourself and your partner, and then we can start?
Sure. Thank you so much. Good morning, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Bianca McGregor. I'm the CEO of the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce. I am joined by our policy analyst here, Madeline Bizzo, and together we're here to represent our 1,000 members of the business community that work in the, most of who work and do business in our capital city. So I'd like to start off by saying it's important to highlight the significant portion of our membership, particularly in the capital city, that are micro businesses. So that means they employ 5 people or less. Council and city decisions have a direct and immediate impact on these businesses because they're so small. These small operations often feel the effects of municipal policy first, and decisions can quickly influence their ability to grow, adapt, or even stay open. So while we're working on our presentation, just a couple things to kind of preface our presentation is that it seems like the province is still on track to reach a population of 200,000 by 2030. Oh, we got it? We're good?
Figured it out.
Okay,
Let's work
amazing.
out.
If it doesn't work, just let me know, and I'll move the slide.
Will do. You're good? You've got us there? Okay. We at the Chamber welcome the economic boost that will follow with this growth. Charlottetown's predicted to grow by 3,000 to 6,000 in the same time. But this does, however, as we all recognize, present both opportunities and challenges. A thriving business environment depends on a strong, well-supported community with the right infrastructure in place, including, and this is what we'll talk about today, adequate housing, parking, and safety, which seem to be the main pain points for, like I said, those micro businesses, which make up about 76% of our membership at the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce. Most of them do their business in the capital city area. So our recommendations are as follows. Prioritize the timely adoption of the new zoning and development bylaw, which we understand is a little bit delayed. Invest in ways to reduce regulatory delays and streamline the actualization of approved new builds. Invest in increased public parking options, and invest in increased policing or security presence in the downtown core for the security, safety, and enjoyment of small businesses and their patrons. So I'll pass it over to Madeline.
So a lack of available and adequate housing remains a critical issue in Charlottetown. It affects the well-being of our residents as well as long-term economic resilience and growth. So we continue to hear from our chamber members that a lack of available and adequate housing is really hurting their ability to recruit and retain employees. And as reported in the city's housing needs assessment report, population growth continues to outpace the rate of housing made available, so which is resulting in a continuous housing deficit. So from 2011 to 2021, the Charlottetown's population grew by 22%, which is double the provincial rate. And while the province is seeing low vacancy rates, Charlottetown is seeing even lower vacancy rates. So the city's vacancy rate has been below 5% since 2015, and it was below 1% from 2022 to 2024. Most recently, data just released shows that the 2025 vacancy rate was 1.6%, which is an increase. However, this continues to rank amongst the highest, the tightest rental markets in the country. So among more than 50 communities surveyed by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, only 3 other communities had lower vacancy rates than Charlottetown. And if you look at 2024 and 2023, we were second lowest vacancy rate out of those 50 communities. So this really highlights the need to accelerate local approvals and enable more urban infill where demand is strongest. Next slide, please. So I do want to note, though, that the city has made notable progress, especially in the last year. We welcome the city's announcement of the agreement for the Housing Accelerator Fund, as well as I know a new official plan was approved by council. The most recent data at the time of our written submission is at the top here, so you can see that September 2025, the housing starts year to date more than doubled than the year before. And most recently to this presentation is the below chart. And year to date, the housing starts increased from 405 to 767. However, a lot of this represents a catch-up to a continuous housing deficit. Multiple analysis suggests that PEI is in a deficit of several thousand units, with some researchers saying there was even about 5,000 units deficit between 2015 and 2023. So it's a lot of catch-up we're seeing. At the local level, Charlottetown had an estimated affordable housing deficit of 1,465 units as of 2021. So we remain concerned that regulatory delays, including any holdups in getting a new zoning and development bylaw approved and passed, may result in supply continuing to fall short of demand. Next. Yeah. So as part of its Housing Accelerator Fund agreement, the city pledged many important announcements, including but not limited to allowing up to 4 units on existing residential lots, increasing building heights in high-growth area, speeding up approvals for accessory dwelling units, improving permanent through tools like e-permanent. So we recognize the city's in the process of reviewing this and doing this work. However, as you can see, so the top is from the timeline on the actual city's website for this project, and below is from the Housing Accelerator Fund summary and agreement with the feds. So the city has fall 2025 for adoption. According to the federal government, originally it was supposed to be April, but it was delayed and agreed for September 2025. So recognizing we're past both those dates, any further delay risks discouraging investment, slowing housing supply, and creating uncertainty for developers. And we've actually held several roundtables with the Federal Minister of Housing, including, there's been change in the federal minister, so multiple ones. And we've heard from them directly that any municipalities who delay or do not meet their agreements in a timely manner, they risk clawback of funding, penalties, or even cancellation of funding altogether. So we're concerned of any delays. So additionally, we continue to hear from our members that regulatory burden remains a significant bottleneck to get in new housing projects built. Developers tell us red tape and approval delays are pushing projects over budget, delaying them, or perhaps canceling them altogether. We've also heard concerns about inconsistency in processes and approvals and a need for clearer, more streamlined systems across the board. So according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses 2025 report card, PEI scored a 10 out of 10 for housing initiatives, but we scored poorly on regulatory accountability, burden, and political priority. So this shows that we do have rights programs in place, but red tape and regulatory burden is making these not so effective as they could be. And many developers, there's some stats up here, in September 2024, we held roundtables and meet frequently with developers and construction members as well as rental operators. And they have told us that they find the city of Summerside more developer-friendly. It's more centralized, all in one place, faster, more coordinated responses. And we note over the past 3 years, Charlottetown has had a lower vacancy rate than Summerside. And this does not even include, we often hear a lot that other cities in completely different provinces are more favorable in Atlantic or in other areas of Canada. So if approval processes remain slow and unpredictable, Charlottetown risks losing developers, losing residents and workers, and ultimately the businesses who depend on a stable growth to thrive.
So the second part of our presentation focuses on public parking, which is a pain point, like I said, for a lot of our small businesses, especially working in the downtown core where parking seems to be at a premium right now. Currently, and as our city continues to grow, there's a real need for increased public parking options in the downtown core, and this includes more short and long-term options and on and off-street parking. Parking is fundamentally about access, not just for business owners and their employees, but also for their customers, residents, and visitors. So according to the city's website, downtown currently has 4,300 public parking spots, including both street side and parkade options. However, we all know that winter parking restrictions and construction can reduce this availability. And then in the summertime, you've got spots that are eaten up by patios, which is great for the businesses, but it reduces that number even more. Another example is there's a reduction in on-street parking in several places right now on Kent Street due to construction, and the off-street parking options for the Pownell Parkade have been reduced and restricted to pass holders due to construction. And we anticipate that, you know, hopefully in the future, something will happen with the Queen Street Parkade, and so we'll just continuously, it seems like a perpetual issue that we're running into. So having additional parking options is essential to minimize disruption to our downtown workers, visitors, and residents, and it helps our small businesses sort of increase their, capacity to make money. The more people that we can guarantee will come downtown and be able to access all of their businesses and even spend more time, the better the outcome. We know that this is something on the city's radar, but we want to stress the importance of public parking options that bring people downtown, whether to shop, work, or visit. It supports downtown accessibility and economic viability. We appreciate that the city is developing a new parking strategy, and we certainly value the opportunity to offer our insight and to share our member perspectives and circulate some of those questions to them. We also recognize that the city's over $6 million investment in parkade upgrades and parking was in the previous capital budget, and we recommend that the city expedite the release of the adoption of the parking strategy. Timely implementation will ensure that that the recommendations can guide upcoming infrastructure planning, support downtown accessibility, and respond to the evolving needs of residents, businesses, and visitors. And we encourage further investment because as our population continues to grow, as our city continues to grow, as we continue to work on trying to get more investment downtown, this isn't a problem that's going to go away.
So our members in the downtown core continue to raise concerns about safety and express the need for more security or police presence. Businesses in the last few years have reported more brazen shoplifting, increased aggression and interactions, and loitering. This is especially impactful for those micro businesses where there might be only one staff member at a time working the shop. So while PEI remains one of the lower crime provinces, crime rates, excluding traffic, here have risen faster than the national average in recent years. Our rate per 100,000 people is now also higher than the national average in Ontario and Quebec as well. And additionally, as you can see here in the chart, shoplifting reports to the City of Charlottetown Police have actually nearly doubled since 2022 as well. So we're hearing a lot more reports of shoplifting and concerns about that as well from our downtown shops. There's also been businesses observing an increase in loitering and panhandling outside their doors, especially with individuals experiencing homelessness. I want to be very clear, though, we're not equating homelessness with criminal activity. However, with increases in homelessness, there is increased pressures in the downtown core when it comes to safety perceptions, loitering, panhandling, and daily operations. So as you can see, this is data from the Homeless Individuals and Families Information System. This is published by the John Howard Society on their website. As of November 30th, 2025, 207 individuals were reported as experiencing homelessness in PEI. About 71% of these people were in Queens County. And 94 individuals were experiencing chronic homelessness, which means they were homeless for 6 months or more in the past year. You can also see September stats, which is as of time of our written submission. So November saw a 4.5% increase in homelessness compared to the November 2024 report, and a 36% increase in chronic homelessness. And then in September 2025, there was a year-over-year increase of approximately 13% of homeless individuals and a 38% increase in chronic homelessness compared to September 2024. And we also note, though, that it's very hard to track homeless data, and there's a lot of national research that says numbers are higher than what's reported. So meaning the real numbers are likely higher as well. But as you can see, there's been an increase. So we appreciate the city's investment in police equipment and technology that was in the last capital budget, as well as the dedicated foot patrols that we saw in the downtown core over the summer, last summer. And our downtown members continue to ask for more visible and consistent presence for security reasons. We continue to support DCI's call for non-police community security patrol team. There's been similar initiatives seen in Moncton. There's a citizen group there, and Fredericton through their bylaw officers through the Community Safety Services Unit. And you can actually see in 2024, there's some stats about they responded to over 8,500 calls, and you can see the impact of anything from, moving people along related to loitering or public disturbance, cleanups, shopping carts returned, and bylaw enforcement tickets. So we encourage the city to expand visible patrols downtown, and continue in the summer. Foot patrols is a great way to do this and recommended, but we also encourage year-round approaches as well, and explore both police and non-police security supports, such as bylaw officers. Improving safety isn't just about enforcement, it's about presence, prevention, and support. And this includes for the businesses, for the residents and visitors and employees and everyone. So a downtown where people feel safe is a downtown where people want to shop, they want to work and live, and they want to open up businesses and spend time.
So basically, it mirrors pretty much what we said last year, and we appreciate and see progress, but we don't want to take the foot off the gas per se. And for us and for our members, success looks like more housing units being built, clear, predictable, and efficient approval processes that encourage more investment. Buildings going up faster, a downtown that is accessible, welcoming, easy to get to, easy to get around, easy to stay longer in, because the longer that people stay, the more that they spend, and a city where employees, business owners, residents, and visitors feel safe and supported. So when these conditions are in place and businesses can grow, workers can stay, Charlottetown remains a strong economic engine for the region. And basically, we just want to thank Mayor and Council for giving us this opportunity to present today, and for your ongoing support of our business community here in the center, in the city, and especially in the downtown core. We appreciate the progress that has already been made, and we stand ready to work collaboratively with you if you've got any questions, or if there's anything that we can dig more into to help you with your decision making. We would appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Bianca, I'm just looking at last year's presentation, Madeline. I see it's much more detailed than,
Right.
and I appreciate that. But there is, in these presentations going back in history, I don't think, Wayne, we saw an ask from the chamber. It's just to give an update on what's happening in our great city. Is that correct? Yeah. So I'm just looking at it. I appreciate there's a lot more information this year with stats and data. Councilor McAleer and Councilor Beck.
Yeah, no, I was just curious to understand on the parking, 4,300 spaces, 1,300, I guess, parkades. The 3,000 you refer to as street side, and I don't know, maybe this is a staff question, or in that 3,000 of street side, does that include the spaces that are designated as residential?
I got that from the city website and CADC. They don't clarify it as well, so unfortunately, I do not have the answer for that.
Councillor Beck?
Yeah. I want to go to page 9 in your report, if you would, under the housing with the reducing regulatory burden there. It was talking about various grades, regulatory accountability, regulatory burden, and political priority. What do you mean by, I kind of understand regulatory accountability and burden. What do you mean by political priority? What's that referring to? Instead of C minus on political priority. What does that mean?
I believe that refers to, so that's the term the CFIB uses, but I believe it's referring to actually getting what the politicians have as their, so let me see, I'm trying to explain this in a way that makes sense. Political priority and actually getting these programs out there and used, as well as when it comes to, there is like a bit of a chicken and egg situation right now when it comes to politics about whether we should continue growing and is housing needed, or if we should just cut back populations altogether and not worry about housing. So it comes to, at the end of the day, like what the political situation is in that province of what their priority is in growth.
Right, so if right now, if you look at the province and then follow suit federal government with their immigration policy, really clawing back so that infrastructure can catch up. So I feel like that's what that means, but we can clarify and send that in written notes to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, because
Yeah.
I think I'd like, yeah, that'd be great if you could.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
So could you state your position on immigration? What's the
Oh.
chamber's position? Is it to promote immigration, or is it to
To
follow
promote
what the federal-
immigration.
To promote.
So if you look at our current population, it's an aging population. Our workforce is dwindling. We've had more deaths. Deaths are outpacing births in the last decade. We don't have enough young people engaging in the workforce. We have 7 people available for every 10 jobs right now. And it might be just a cultural or parenting process change. We're not quite sure, but there's low workforce participation in the 15 to 24-year-old range, probably because we really emphasize and support and incentivize post-secondary education too, right? So they're not necessarily getting into the workforce. Quite a few aren't working during the school year because they are able to draw EI. We've got a lot of workforce pressures. And despite the fact that we've got housing issues, real issues when it comes to access to primary health care, we fully believe in the chamber network across the country, and especially in the Atlantic Canada region, that that infrastructure development and service development needs to be created in tandem with smart immigration policy. We cannot take our foot off the gas in having people here, otherwise we will not have a tax base to help us out of the debt that we already have, at least at the provincial level. So that would be our position on immigration.
Yeah, and there is a federal debt too.
Oh yeah, well, that too. We're more concerned about us.
I just want to go back to the political priority section. So it just indicates that much work remains to be done to show that red tape reduction and regulatory modernization are clear priorities for the government. So it's in the sense that there's programs for housing, but that the government is not also doing the work when it comes to reducing red tape to make sure people actually use those programs and to reduce regulatory burden so houses is actually built. And of course, this is talking about the province of PEI. Unfortunately, when it comes to even PEI in general, it's sometimes hard to find stats for us because we're such a small province, and being Charlottetown, that can be even harder. So this is just talking about PEI in general.
Deputy?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your presentation. And just to try and bring it back to budget versus governance review, because we're here today for budget. Going through your recommendations, what recommendations are you asking for from council, based on your membership, to fund in this budget? And my second part to that is, do you have a sense of the scale of investment that required?
Great questions. No, we don't have a sense in the scale of investment required. I guess our hope would be that investments are made at an operational level or capital budget level that makes sense for all the moving pieces that you have. We would just like to make sure that we see continued and increased investment in these areas. So whatever it takes to be able to reduce that regulatory burden, we wouldn't know. I don't know if that means more people on the ground for you or, same with parking. We're not necessarily in tuned. It's not under our purview to know what the opportunities are there. And then as well as safety and security, kind of like what makes the most sense for the city and its investments. For us, the reason we like what DCI is proposing is it seems like it would be less of an investment. And it would show, at least there would be a sense of some form of security in the down. Like sometimes perception is everything and it's a real deterrent. So, no, we're not at that level.
You want to follow up there? And just so you know, the deputy is the chair of our Standing Committee for Planning, Development and Heritage, and a lot of work has been put into that portfolio. Deputy?
Yeah, and so just to clarify then, the other stakeholders here today were here with financial asks for our capital budget. So I'm not hearing any of that from you. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding that you're just here with an update, and I'm just trying to keep it budget related, not
Sure.
governance review related.
We're here to provide an update and to ask that when you create the capital budget that you don't reduce spending in those areas. And that hopefully you'll increase them if you can.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned capital, but we're here for capital and operations.
Yeah, we're
so-
here for capital. That is true. I suppose some of our asks would fall under operations as well. So considering those as well.
Councilman Tarrant?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I think just to add to that is in line with what you're saying, Deputy, excuse me, I'm taking away from that is that, you're presenting some of the feedback that you're hearing throughout the city. And as a result of that, you're asking council to be mindful of that during our budget deliberations, both operationally and capital, to support some of the feedback that you're receiving, whether it be through safety or housing or infrastructure, whatever those may be, parking, et cetera. So recognizing that you're not here asking for any financial support.
No.
Yourselves, you're, I think, bringing us feedback which could help us support our budget requirements going forward around those initiatives, if that's what I can summarize from what this presentation is saying to me.
Exactly.
Is that
These are
correct?
the things that we hear from our members that need to continue to have some focus on them so that our members can not just stay in business, but increase their margins and increase their gross revenue.
So I think that's important for us to have this feedback in the sense of what's being presented out in the business community and at large and how that impacts them, like I say, whether it's the safety and security of businesses around the Charlottetown area, parking. And I think we need that feedback because we need to know how to prioritize our spending and projects that we want to do within the city. So thank you for bringing that feedback to us today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why I looked at last year's presentation, and Madeline, there's a lot more information, a lot more data. There was no really ask, but on the operational side, for safety and security, you'd be looking at more money, more funding going into police services, correct? Protective services?
Yes.
Yeah. Any other questions? But I do want to talk about the zoning development bylaw. We did pass the official plan in this chamber in July
I know,
of
it's sitting with the province,
2025.
right?
And we're waiting for the province to
Yeah,
give its
we
stamp of
appreciate
approval.
that. We
Yeah.
we do see those
Yeah.
levels.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we have sent correspondence to the province to ask, we need that passed first, but as the deputy can tell you, the other night at our Standing Committee for Planning, Development and Heritage, she was asking, we were asking for where are we at with the zoning development bylaw? We need to put that out there, and I'm not, you've said it many times, Deputy, the chamber has to be out there yelling from the rooftop that changes have to be made to provide more housing. Deputy?
I can say that in terms of those updates that we were looking for, the end of February is when we're going out to the public for more engagement for zoning and development. The early part of February is when we're going out for public engagement on the patio bylaw. And in the middle of February, we're going out to get public engagement on the heritage preservation bylaw. So ideally, it's not 3 projects we want to do all at one time, but given the funding that we receive through the federal government, we have no choice but to do these at the same time.
So it will be a lot of public consultation, and when we firm up those dates, or make those dates more, put them in place with dates, times, and places, we hope that you get that out to your members so they can show up and talk about the need for more density, talk about the need for more flexibility and streamlining the process. And there is an e-permanent system in place, but there's many other components or parts to the planning process.
Certainly, and if ever there is something that's timely that you need to make sure gets out to our members. I mean, we receive all your information anyway, so we're pretty good at forwarding things on. But feel free to use our avenues of communication. We've got 4 or 5 different e-newsletters that go out. We're certainly willing to help.
Okay, could I just go to page 7? The breakdown of the housing starts? Madeline, did you break down the affordable housing component of that? Did you get that data?
That unfortunately is not covered by Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation as of right now. So that is the affordable housing deficit. The last one you can find is for Charlottetown was in 2021 because that's for the census.
Right, right.
Thankfully, there'll be a new census this year, so we're hoping to get more stats. But the Charlottetown estimated affordable housing deficit was 1,465 units as of 2021.
Yeah, but if you were to go through our Department of Planning, Development and Heritage, there should be a breakdown. So if there should be a breakdown of what was applied for, what applications were forwarded for affordable housing, i.e. 470 Malpeck Road, the new 144 units, that'll be all affordable housing. So,
And it gets complicated. Like, I will say housing data is very difficult to find, especially for PEI and Charlottetown. It's hard to track. And then when you come to affordable even, what is affordable housing in the sense? So I remember this chart, I believe it was 1995 or lower for a household, but obviously that's probably changed. And typically the Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation, they consider affordable 30% of your income, it goes towards housing. So that's different for every single person because we all have different incomes. So,
yeah, and then on page 10 on the public parking, we do have a T3 public transport that takes
yes. And
customers.
I think there's a more opportunity too, maybe even more ride and goes, like those type of things to get people into closer to town and then they could commute to work. And
Okay.
so that could be another solution for parking.
Yeah, and
Mostly for
that's a
employees.
disadvantage to Summerside because I don't know, is there transit in Summerside? Yes. There is, yeah, but not as efficient and effective as T3.
No.
Sorry. Bianca.
We find that I think a big kind of issue with our membership is that they're employees. Like it's a pain to think that your employees are taking up parking spots that could be for your customers. And so if there were places where employees could park and have a quick shuttle in, maybe that would be really cool in the future, as just something to consider as we grow, because that's a problem.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy, the Christmas parking that we had in the past, it wasn't getting the benefits that we thought it would get. So now we have the parking forgiveness program, which I think is a much better program. Correct?
Yeah, we've heard that, yes, yeah.
But then you also, like with back to the employee piece, like you've got somebody taking up short-term parking spaces, like just moving about for a full day. And so that just decreases the amount of people that can come through. Anyway.
Yeah. I just want to
something
take
we hear.
this opportunity because we have them here, because, look, I like the report card. This is good information from your members with a lot of data. Deputy?
Yeah, I might encourage your members then to come out and discuss, and it be part of the discussions around the patio bylaw, because that's where a lot of the parking, you're trying to find a balance. People want the outdoor patios, but they want the parking. So, you know what? You can't be a little bit pregnant. We have to figure out what.
What's that?
You can't be a little bit pregnant here. So I would encourage the members to come out, because.
I think this
yeah.
is a hospitality versus retail kind of issue. So we probably won't get consensus from our membership on that one because it's sort of half and half. But I think all of them are just saying more parking.
Deputy, is it an issue with DCI? I think that with the patio and go ahead, and then Councillor Beck.
I think with DCI, without speaking for them.
No.
I think they're trying to find that healthy balance too, and respectfully with the businesses versus the businesses that need the retail customer, but also the businesses that increase their revenue in those 4 months of the year when they have patios. So it's finding that balance. And then as a city, when we continually have external asks and put budget restraints on us, it's then hard for us to fulfill the services that we are empowered by the province to look after. Streets, sidewalks, recreation. So, we're putting a strain on our budget all the time when we get external asks, so.
Councillor Beck.
Well, and not to add another layer to all this, but there is factions on active transportation, which are looking to change angular parking to parallel parking to reduce congestion of cars downtown. So we're looking to add more parking spaces for cars, and we've got other people looking to reduce cars downtown. So there's going to be, as this goes out, I would have to agree with the deputy when it comes out to zoning and development bylaw, public engagement, when it comes out to the patio bylaw, public engagement, we have to hear from everybody. And because there's varying perspectives depending on which lens you're looking through this. So I would echo everyone's comment here today that this is good information to have. We're ultimately going to have to make a decision and try and incorporate all perspectives and come up with the best decision that we can. So thank you for taking your time.
I guess too, I mean, we haven't really talked about it too much other than there's been reference to that 4 months where a lot of our membership really capitalize on the tourism market. And we don't have that in our report, but we can gather that information, or maybe you already get it from like Corinne or other places. But I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of our tourists are regional and they drive themselves here. And in order to be able to capture as much as we can during their stay and get them to spend as much as possible, we have to make it more convenient for them. And, most of them, unfortunately, are on two wheels, whether they rent that here through a rental company or they drive themselves onto the island. And I couldn't imagine taking patio space away. I know it's a real kind of hot topic, but it gives all those restaurants that much more capacity to be able to serve those members or those patrons. And we're putting a lot of money, the province is anyway, putting a lot of money out there in painting this beautiful picture of what people can expect and the level of service that they can expect when they get here. And, everybody's going to visit Charlottetown at some point when they're here. So I think we have to be mindful of that too. That, as long as tourism is doing their job well and they continue to have banner years, which we definitely want them to continue to have banner years, because it only, it's nothing but positive for our membership. We have to take that into account, that we are just going to be really bloated for July and August at least.
Yeah, it's about the money, but it's also about providing an enjoyable experience so that they do come back.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. And also, if you look at the city of Charlottetown, the diversity of food establishments outweighs or is comparable to other centres in the Atlantic region. And I think that's a big plus for the downtown or for the city of Charlottetown, being the birthplace of a great nation. Just my last question, I know that I'm asked it a lot, but I just want to go to page 12 on the safety. We're not at that point yet, and maybe I shouldn't be, I'm just trying to make sure that, people understand that there's difficulties all over the country, all over North America with smash and grab and shoplifting and so forth. I get from what you're presenting here is that you're looking at more boots on the ground, police officers in the downtown?
Well, police officers or security presence, because a presence, it's about optics. It tends to deter things, or these are people that can help storefront owners deal with problems on the ground. I've been to a couple of meetings with the police department, and they've been really, really positive with members of DCI. Our members, we tend to overlap quite a bit, and encouraging storefront owners to make more calls. Because I think at first, when things started getting really apparent and really heated, storefront owners weren't making calls as much because they didn't think anything was coming of their calls. So I think that if we had more of a presence, we'd be able to have better data on exactly what's going on. And I don't necessarily think that it needs to be police officers, boots on the ground all the time, although it's really nice to see that, foot patrol. And they came in and gave us a Christmas card this year, which is really nice. And they are making an effort to have a presence. But yeah, I think back to the fact that a lot of the storefronts are micro businesses, it really increases their bottom, it pinches their margins when they have to have 2 or 3 staff on where they normally only have 1, not just because of theft reduction, because a lot of our members aren't empowering their staff to confront people. That's not safe. But it's just there are a lot of incidents that feel unsafe. So therefore, you want to, as a business owner, you want to double up on your employees. And so then your payroll starts getting out of hand. And, that wasn't the case before COVID. You felt relatively safe leaving a young person at the cash desk.
Yeah, so hopefully you received the mayor and council Christmas card. That's a...
We received that one too, but the other one was hand-delivered by an officer,
We used
which
mail.
is super nice. Come on, man.
Yeah, don't forget, there is the Heritage Preservation Bylaw that will be going through a review, and because that's dating back, I think, Deputy, to 2018 when changes were made. So it'll be a comprehensive revisit to that Heritage Preservation Bylaw. Deputy?
Yeah, and just...
Hold on.
Just as a sidebar, Summerside doesn't have a heritage designated area in their city, and we actually don't either. We have just our 500 lot. We actually have no actual area is classified as heritage, which is why we're going down this embarkment of a heritage preservation bylaw, because the only thing we have right now that aligns with heritage is the 500 lot. So there's lots of work to be done.
There is.
Just when you were comparing Summerside to Charlottetown, I just was,
Oh, yeah.
just as a highlight.
It's always good to compare with the Western Capital.
Well, we're the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce. We'd like to see us succeed and do better.
We'll always strive to do better. So thank you, Madeline. Thank you, Bianca. Look, great presentation. And we got the recommendations on page 15 of our document. So that's the document going forward. Okay. Wayne, did you want to add any comments before we go?
I think we made your time go up, though. I think we were short one.
We're going to move into a recess, and is there some food? No, just wanted. Councillor Duran, are you still on there, on the call? Okay. Okay. He's still there, so he's still present. Okay, our presentation for the first part of this afternoon is Downtown Charlottetown, Inc. I'm going to turn it over to Don to start it off and introduce yourself, and I think is Aaron with you also? Okay, good, good. Put your mic on.
Now he's fired. Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, everyone, Mayor and Council. This is not a new presentation to this room, but one that we feel needs to stay top of mind, and so we're bringing it to you again this year. I'm here today joined with Aaron Hansen of CADC to once again highlight the importance of the Province House Historic District project and seek financial support from the city to initiate Phase 1. We present the continued vision of the revitalization of Charlottetown's downtown core through the Province House Historic District project, an initiative that aims at enhancing the streetscapes of our capital city, improve accessibility, and support long-term growth for both residents and visitors alike. As you're well aware, a thriving downtown is key to fostering a dynamic, vibrant community. The streetscape we build today will be the foundation for the success of the city's future. Well-maintained, attractive public spaces are essential for creating a place where people want to live, work, play, and importantly, invest. Cities like Ottawa, Halifax, St. John's have demonstrated a consistent investment in public spaces, particularly in their historic and central areas, and they transform these districts into hubs of economic and cultural activity. This project will build on the federal government's significant investment in the Province House restoration and the Confederation Centre of the Arts renovation, making Charlottetown's downtown a symbol of pride, progress, and accessibility. And we were talking this morning about backstories, and I will share again the concept. In 2021, CADC engaged Fathom Studios to conduct a comprehensive study and develop a conceptual streetscape design called the Province House Historic District. The resulting plan, developed and with valued public feedback, lays the groundwork for revitalizing key streets in the historic downtown, including Richmond, Sydney, Queen, Grafton, and Great George Street. This streetscape plan incorporates a phased, substantial approach for urban development. By spreading infrastructure work over several years, we can reduce disruption while ensuring long-term improvement that enhance both the functionality and the aesthetics that appeal to downtown Charlottetown. The project will improve accessibility, walkability, and overall quality of life for everyone who gets to experience our beautiful downtown. And the ask. On behalf of DCI, we respectfully urge the City of Charlottetown to support this initiative by allocating funds for Phase 1 of the strategic redevelopment in 2026. The phase focuses on Sydney Street, which currently faces critical challenges in sidewalk pavers that are more than 30 years old and in urgent need of repair. The existing condition creates accessibility barriers, particularly in individuals with mobility challenges, and are diminishing the overall aesthetic and functionality of this important corridor for business users and certainly tourists. The updated budget provided by CADC will provide a clear framework for future phases, including the second phase, which will focus on Richmond Row, a key corridor that directly borders the Confederation Centre of the Arts and will highlight its newly renovated and much celebrated main entrance. The impact. This project is about more than just streets. It's about creating a legacy. By improving public spaces, we attract more visitors, encourage more local business activity, and support the high quality of life in Charlottetown for our residents. The phased development will be an ongoing investment in our city's prosperity, accessibility, and heritage. We are committed to working closely with all the stakeholders to ensure the success of this initiative, and we urge the City Council to lend its full support in both resources and political will. We also recommend and request a liaison from the Department of the City's Public Works Department to collaborate with DCI, keeping the community engaged and informed throughout the project's process. I'm now going to turn it over to Aaron, who will go through a PowerPoint presentation and share with you the current condition of the location and also an updated budget. Aaron?
Thank you, Don.
Good afternoon, everyone. I pared this down. You've all seen this, I think, in the past, so I've taken some of the fluff out of there. These are current pictures of the state of the street. Sidewalk is very poor, as you all know. Aside from that, this is a bigger play because we're taking step one of many steps in the coming years. So design this year, build next year, but also design the next phase next year to build the next year. So this is really the first step in a multi-year investment. The key takeaways, the changes you're going to see is we're going to put a central trench drain down the center of the street. You remove the curb and gutter on the two sides so that it's barrier-free from building to building on both sides. The trench drains are tied into the street trees. And then we, of course, do all new paver, and it looks all new. Everything's new about it. Those are kind of the key changes you'd notice when you're on site. You might have to zoom in here. I vetted this on Friday. So the original numbers from 2021, and the advice I got was to apply 3% compounded year over year to get up to a 2026 number. And you'll see the second from bottom, or fourth from bottom. Where is it there? Design and CA, second from bottom. $312,077. That's the design all the way to tender and to follow it through the project. So it will be, the guess is a little less than that. And we've been using around the $300,000 mark for design, tender-ready, shovel-ready project. I'm open to questions if people want clarification on the numbers.
Thank you, Aaron, Don, for your presentation. Aaron, just refresh my memory, please. The estimates that provided, even in 21 to today at 26 with the 3%, those estimates are not, I guess they're not defined. They'd be what, Class D estimates at this point in time?
No, those would be more like a Class B.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a
So
lot
a
of
little more
thought
real?
put into them.
It's a little more real? Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely not Class D.
Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't remember. I know you presented on this a few times already, so thank you for clarifying that. And I'm glad you asked, because my question was going to be, how did we get from, obviously the natural increase year over year that keeps increasing? So you said that was 3%, I think, compound?
Compounded, yeah. That was the advice.
And you're suggesting that Sydney Street, I think, Don, when you were going through your presentation, that Sydney Street would be considered the priority of the package?
I would suggest Sydney Street is a great first step. The Confederation Center project will be finishing up, which would lead for next year's design to be that street, Victoria Row. So like if we want to do one street first, this was a great first step.
So I just want, sorry, one follow-up to that. The one thing that I'm trying to sort out, and maybe this isn't the place for the discussion, but, there's certainly lots of aspects of this particular project, from a visual perspective and the aesthetics and what it brings to Charlottetown from an aesthetics and visual perspective. I guess from a, kind of going from the ground up, priority-wise, with the, looking at the stormwater management system, if I do recall in previous discussions, we may be in a very aging stormwater system down in that area, maybe upwards to 100 years. Richard may have provided some context to that in one of our previous presentations. I guess when I'm looking at this particular project, across the entire city and prioritizing where we need to be focusing of our infrastructure, because in this case, that would probably be the main driver, in my opinion. Because we're not going to obviously do all the top parts without considering what's under the ground and how we address that. Just so for clarity, and it's not maybe Aaron directed to you as much as it might be directed towards our Director Richard there on that infrastructure. Am I correct in saying that infrastructure is end of life or at a very substantial age? Sorry, Richard.
It's over 100 years old.
Yeah, I have that perception in my head, but I don't know if that's to be true or not.
Oh, absolutely. So the infrastructure in the ground there has been in the ground for more than 100 years.
And do we have other infrastructure across cities, I think of Queen Street and other areas that are equally as old and needing to be repaired?
Yes.
Okay.
But Richard, when we did the Queen Street restoration back in 2000, early 2000, a lot of that infrastructure was replaced.
On Queen Street?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking from the recent thing that we had lately with the stormwater management presentation we had.
Yeah.
And the priority for dealing with that runoff and the stormwater management for
Right.
that whole entire area. leading
Right, from
down.
CBCL.
Yeah.
The report. Yeah.
I'm just trying to draw some parallels between, I mean, clearly there's infrastructure upgrades required probably in many places across the city. But to me, I feel like in this particular project, a lot of it is we have to deal with what's below ground before we start dealing with above ground. We're not going to go down and lay new sidewalks and all that. They only did 5 years' time to tear it all up and deal with this problem. Okay, thank you, Aaron, for some of those clarifications. I know you've been here several times with this presentation, but I just wanted to refresh my memory on that, so thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Beck?
Yeah, so the request is to commit, and the request is to have this year for next year's bills. So the commit for this year is the 312 for the design, with the understanding that the commitment would be to start to spend the other 1,800 or 1.8 million on the actual construction. But for this year, we're looking at a 312,000 ask.
Correct.
And then with the idea that we are committing to actually doing the project.
Of course,
When
you're
you're-
free to pause through all of this, but ideally, you're designing one street, you build it the next year, while simultaneously designing the next street, and then the next year you build that one, so that each
Yeah.
year, we're doing one of the phases.
Gotcha. The look on Sydney, would that parallel Richmond, once Richmond's all redone? Will that have the same kind of, what would you say, central drain?
Yeah,
kind of-
absolutely.
So it will be, when you're, if I'm taking a walk around that block, I'm walking on similar.
Same look and
Those
feel.
will be mirrored.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that? I'd say a couple things to that. One, in 2023, I believe, when we were here and we were discussing this, at that time, the city, I think Richard had just done a forensic audit of the infrastructure underground, and it was suggested, maybe budgeted or pre-budgeted there, that would be on the list of to-do coming up shortly, and it would make sense that if the city was digging up streets anyway, let's do the beautification on the top. But it all centers around the fact that we've got this invested in, publicly vetted, addressed in a really important historic spot in downtown Charlottetown, beautiful plan that would make a huge impact on everything that we do, whether it's business, visitors, residents, because everything we build, we want to do it for the residents first. But you can invest $1 million in a street and it would be very nice, but unless it has a surrounding area that is complementary or also enhanced, or it has a district, and you can do all of those things, but we already have a beautiful plan in place that already identifies the area. The area is already important to us. So the more that we can invest in something that's going to be an entire area, an entire district, a wow feature in our downtown Charlottetown, it's to the benefit of everyone. So I think that it's critical that this plan does not become one of those plans that we invest in, that we vet, that we get the public excited about, that businesses see future investment for them, and then we let it collect dust. And you have willing partners around the table, and certainly with CADC and downtown Charlottetown to support that wherever we can and act as the not-for-profits, maybe even to bring in some more funding from different levels of government or even private funding. So I just want to make that clear that we are investing in this project as a huge wow feature to the complement of everything that's done in downtown Charlottetown.
Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Aaron. Don, I think you hit the last, answered my question with the last thing. Aaron, I heard the presentation from you a couple of times now, being in economic development. Were you going to look into other funding, I guess, along the line? Or is that for the whole total project?
No, you would pursue it on a project-by-project basis. I suggest we would pursue funding, but I will caveat that with streetscapes
Okay.
aren't of big interest to our federal partners, so we'll try.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so willing partners with willing money too. So could I just ask that Sydney Street, this is for the whole Sydney Street, so the grade will be down to the center? Is it the,
Correct.
is the plan to imitate, replicate Richmond from end to end? Is that what we're looking at?
As far as what the street's made of and how the sidewalks work, yes, it will
Okay.
look the same on both streets.
And could be closed for the summer like Victoria Row?
I would imagine we would close at least the merchant end to foot traffic only, but we can work that out through the design process. Or perhaps it's local traffic only for the summer, just to get to those parking lots.
Oh, so it'd be half the street, not the full street?
Well, we can sort that, but
Yeah, I think that should be hopefully part of the plan because that would, as Don said, very much enhance the area. Make it a wow place to go to.
You're talking between Green and Green.
Correct. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
You say whole street.
Yeah, just instead of the
Just
half.
that part.
Yeah. I think there was a design to filter all that traffic in those 2 or 3 parking lots out onto Great George instead of coming up or entering, is it entrance egress off
Yeah.
Sydney Street?
yeah, one of the, in the design, in the project design, you'll see we had linked all those parking lots so that you could exit through the parking lots out to Great George.
Correct.
That would pave the way to shut the whole street.
Correct.
And not need cars to be able to get down to those
Correct.
lower lots.
Councilor Turd.
Yeah, thank you. Aaron, sorry, just one more clarification. From the 21 to the 24, it was anticipated there was about a 15% increase from those 2 years for the estimates when this started. So how did we, so I assume Sydney, because that's what we're really focused on here today, in that sense, was from 24 to 26 is the 3%?
When we did this, the last time I updated these numbers in '24,
Yeah.
I vetted them just like I did this
Yeah.
time. And at that time, they said, try this formula.
Okay,
And that's where I got the '24 number. This time, I went to them again and they said, start with the '21 year, add the 3% compounded to get to '26. So that's how I got to the number.
okay. Yeah, okay, it's just a bit misleading there, just in the sense of the 15% increase from 21
Yeah.
to 24.
Those
and
were
then-
crazy years, if you recall.
Yeah, yeah, okay, so I was.
Crazy things
so
were
you're-
happening in
You
prices.
were thinking in all the
Yeah.
COVID, yeah, so I guess
Now-
kind of behind us in the sense of where we are today.
Right,
Real-
in reflection.
Yes.
Now they're saying, if you just apply that 3%, you're
There.
gonna kind of land where you need to.
Where you need to be, okay, that makes sense to me, okay, I was thinking, how do we go from such
Yeah.
a drastic 15 to now we're only 3 in a 2-year
Yep.
span, okay, thank you.
Good. Aaron Hanson, Don Allen, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we see that Mr. Casti is early. Good to see you, Mr. Casti. No. He's probably been up.
Do you think that we should be letting know these other 2 folks to maybe come in a little earlier?
She can do that? She did that?
Well, I don't know if she has.
You-
All I can do is email. I
Okay.
can text the
Guild?
the guild if you
Good, good. Michael, do you want to come up and we'll just,
keep rolling.
Tracy, do you? Jessica, are you coming up too? Just T3, okay. Okay. So, just to go back to DCI and CADC, their ask is 312. So that would go into Public Works. 312,000. Just to do the design.
So be a design with the commit to build.
Yeah. Yeah, and hopefully close the whole street down during the summer. Well, we've been talking about it for 2 years or more. Well, Mr. Cassidy is here from T3, and Mr. Cassidy, there's no need for introduction. We do know you. We know you from around town. Do you wish to, now, the package is a part of our presentation, so if you just want to go to that, does he have the clicker? Okay.
I have the clicker. Happy New Year, everybody. The year goes around again. When it comes to all of our capital budgets, we have to rely on provincial, federal money. And when you look at the federal money that has assisted transit in our city over the last 20 years, we've had times of no money. We have times of limited money. We have had times where the gates seem to open with money. And now we're back into what I would call limited money again. Just very quickly, 2008, the federal government had a program, paid for 100% of the buses, excluding PST. We purchased 10 trolleys at the time, all paid for by the federal government, approximately $450,000 each, $4.5 million from the feds. It certainly got us started. Fast forward to 2016, those buses could hardly stay on the road. We were very, very fortunate to go to the city of Calgary and get their leftover buses and brought them home here to Charlottetown. The most significant part of 2016 is the feds gave us $660,000 in 2016, 50-cent dollars. So literally, when you stop and think of 08, they bought us buses for $4.5 million. In 16, our allocation was $660,000. Province 25%, municipality 25%. We only had $1.4 million to spend. That's why we went to Calgary and got used buses. 2019, underneath the ISEP program, the Infrastructure Canada, we had a dedicated fund of $27 million. 40-cent dollars, which really took our total spend up to 60 million, because we had 33% from the province, we thought. We had 27% from the municipalities. So 40-cent dollars in 2019, 27 million, was a big spend for Charlottetown. We found that when we went through COVID, we ran into what are we going to do with the money? What are we going to have with transit? The province needed money. Some recall in this room, we did a COVID resilience fund. Some of our transportation stream, public transit money was transferred over to the province for COVID. The province agreed to do 33% spend. And we have, because of that, brand new buses for this year, last year, brand new buses coming, and this whole program started in 2021. Yes, we did have an electric bus platform. We had a brand new facility platform. We had over $20 million to spend. For all of the right reasons, we pivoted, and we are going to have brand new 35-foot, 40-foot transit buses. 6 2021s underneath this government funding program that I call the 2018-2019 fund of 27 million. 6, again, please, brand new buses 2021, 3 brand new buses 2024, 3 brand new buses 2025, 10 brand new buses coming in 2026. We have 2 minibus gas from 2021 purchase. We will be receiving 4 mini electrics, 2026, 2027. The city of Charlottetown, Stratford, Cornwall, because of the money that was allocated in 2018 underneath ISEP, I call it the $27 million gates open with money, we have achieved one of the best fleets modernization of any municipality within our region and within Canada. Very, very proud to be here today to say to council, we took that money We certainly had different plans and we had different strategies, but we did do the pivot, and we have clean energy buses, we have capacity, we have 4 minis, and we are in a very, very good position for the next 10, 12, 15 years when it comes to capital assets buses. Council, electric will not be in the discussion for the next 10 years. Calculated expansion has to be in the discussion for the next 10 years because the new funding program has Charlottetown, Stratford Cornwall at only $2.8 million for the next 10 years. Please, that is not an awful lot of money, 2.8 million for 10 years. If the province gives us 33% and we put in 27, we have a $7 million spend. A $7 million spend would just replace the assets, the buses that we bought in 2021, the 6 larger buses. And we should have some money in that money allocated this year over the next 10 years to allow us to do an upgrade to our facility. We are very, very fortunate to be rich in assets today. We are fortunate that those assets will work well for us over the next 12, 15 years. There will be a council in 10 years' time that's going to have to worry about federal money, provincial money, and the replacement of assets going forward. But we're in a tremendous position right now. What we are asking for as T3 for consideration by the council for this year is, can we have a plan in place to expand our existing facility to add 3 bays to the existing facility to make sure that we have a home on 57 Mount Edward Road that can last us for many, many years to come. We will have, within the next 3 months, confirmation that we have land acquired close to 57 Mount Edward Road, which will allow that facility to have enough parking and enough land that it can stay in that location for a good long time. The only change that would have to be done to that facility, if we acquire the land and we have parking, would be to add approximately 3 bays, service bays, and storage for parts to allow enough room, enough efficiencies that our T3 operation can call it permanent home. There's always been questions by council. Have we been located in a spot that might be too small, that we may outgrow, and we're going to have to look for another location. But if we could have a plan to expand the location, once we have land acquired, to know that it is a permanent home, we are thinking that next following year is at roughly a $1.5 million budget to add 3 bays to the existing facility. So please, the ask here today for this coming fiscal year, April 1, 26, is to do a proper plan for the expansion to the facility. April 1, 2027, when we sit here next year at this time, we'll be asking for a $1.5 million, roughly, expansion to the facility. That will allow a balance of money that by 2036, 2035, we will replace the 2021 buses. So literally, we've got a fantastic fleet. Most of the fleet's 24, 25, 26 when it arrives, some 27s when we take the minibuses that are electric. We have money to replace the 2021s by 2036, and we have money for the facility. But we do have very limited money from the feds in this 2026 to 2036 go-around. You can be optimistic. You can say that that more money may come. You can say that government may change the programs. All very good points. All I know is I've seen the gates opened in the past, and I've seen tight money. And I just feel that we're into a tight money situation, but it's not gonna hurt the city of Charlottetown for the next 10 years. It's when you have to replace the 2024s, 25s is when it's gonna be a question. And hopefully by that time, optimistically, there's another round of funding. But for right now, we have brand-new buses or close to brand-new buses. We have clean diesel, we have the best technology available, and we have 4 electric minibuses arriving. Very, very good. But remember, council, please, there's not a lot of money for big expansion because of the money that's been allocated to us. It has to be calculated expansion, and for every operating dollar that we approve, it would be nice if we could make sure that some of those service hours, we could be using the existing buses and not taxing council trying to find money for newer buses. And that's our recommendation for the next couple of years. Let's wait and see how we can do this, look at service hours and see how we can do proper utilization of the previous equipment. So when you look at what we have here on the slide, all we wanted to do was to mention the facility expansion that we have, and we wanted to talk about the federal funding on that particular slide. It's worthy, and staff can investigate this. It's interesting, and we always argue in every program we receive from the feds, how does PEI, how does Charlottetown, how do communities get their allocation? Who does the math? What's the ratio? And Fredericton, for example, 72,000 population. They do 1.6 million passenger fares. They receive $5 million over 10 years. Stratford, 12,000. Cornwall, 7,000. Charlottetown, 48,000 people. If we did a count today, we're very close to the population of Fredericton. We end up at 2.8 million, and we do 1.6 million passenger fares. The two cities are roughly the same in population. The ridership is identical. The only thing that Fredericton does is they spend 83,000 service hours to get the job done for 1.6 million people, and we spend 35,000 service hours to service 1.6 million people. Yet they get 5 million from the feds and we get 2.8 million over a 10-year period. Is it service hours? Is it the amount of square kilometers we have? I don't know, but always ask the question, why does some municipalities in our region so close to what we do, and the only difference is service hours, and how you almost get 50% of the funding? But there is no question we have spent the money that's been given to us in 2018. I'm sure everything will be paid by 2027, 2028. So Mayor, you've always asked the question, of that money, ISEP money, how much is left to spend? It's been committed. We have to pay for the buses when they arrive, but that money is gone. We now have 2.8 million over the next 10 years. You have room for a facility, and you have room to replace the 6 buses that we bought in 2021 and 2036. Wayne, am I doing this right? Can I just, do I hit?
I think that's the last slide.
Okay, can you go, okay, sorry, yeah, can you just go back then? I just have to go back then, do I?
Yeah.
Thank you, just, yeah,
There or there.
thank you.
You wanna go forward?
Yeah, I just want to. Nice to report. When we were here last year, we were happy in 2024, the city of Charlottetown did 1,505,000 passenger fares. For the amount of service hours we were doing, we were in between the 45, 50 passenger fares per service hour. The national average is between 20 to 25. We do have a mature system. We've had a price discounting program since 2022 at $20 and $10 for monthly passes, adults, seniors, and students. We have K to 12 free. But it's like any other type of discount program. It's been in operation now since 2022. You're coming up to your 4th year. Discounting and the effect of discounting works its way through the system. We do have a tremendous volume of people for the amount of service hours that we provide and the number of buses that we have on the road. We all know immigration policy, the changes in immigration, how it affects UPEI, Holland College. In September of this year, we felt that effect, but we brought the numbers in at 1,490,000. We're 15,000 passenger fares short this year compared to 2024. I believe a very good achievement to make sure we're still in at that 1.5 million. We're close to 45 passenger fares per service hour. We're still twice the national average. The recommendations from staff, City Hall, and T3, number one priority, Sunday service for routes 2, 3, and 23, where we'd like to see that added Sunday service. We can use the existing buses, and we should be able to get close to 25,000 extra passenger fares by having a Sunday service for routes 2, 3, and 23. We're on the right track. We have the equipment. I think we're going to be able to call 57 Mount Edward Road home permanently, and we'll let you know in the next 2 or 3 months. And we have money to get us by for the next 10 years. Any questions, I'll take them. Thank you.
Councillor Tart.
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. Mike, just on slide 4, and if I can summarize, I guess, what the essential ask here today is really more focused around facility, an expansion of the facility. Is that correct?
Yes,
In
it
my
is.
assumption? Okay. So when we talk about procuring a nearby property, I assume when the we part is T3 procuring that, correct?
Yes, it is. It's to be the
And then we talked about, you mentioned that the expansion in 26, 27 would really be funding around the proper planning of that expansion of the facility. And then in 27, 28 fiscal, roughly 1.5 million for the actual expansion of the facility by 3 bays. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Now, I believe my son Matthew, he might have was estimating, Wayne, can you help me there with my glasses? Is that 2.25 million?
2.5.
So I guess, I'm sorry, council, I'm kind of had in the back of my mind that if I was out there with the shovel and the hammer and the nail, I might be able to do it for $300 a square foot, but perhaps with the cost.
So
Matthews-
even aside from that, that oversight in that sense, but I'm curious to know how much of the 26, 27 do you anticipate for consulting and development plan work? Because that's not abundantly clear here as to what that would be from a budgetary perspective for us.
Thank you. And do you mind if I would just ask Jessica that she and Matthew might have had a plan?
Okay.
We had a meeting earlier in August.
Might need you up here.
Can you just come up here? It's live stream. And I don't know if Councillor Duran's listening, but he wouldn't hear you if you were speaking from your chair.
Sorry about that. So we did have a meeting earlier in end of August, I believe, with Matthew Cassidy, Jessica, myself. And we anticipated that engineering consulting for a new area there would be in the ballpark of about $100,000. But again, we wouldn't know, just seeing what other estimates were for similar work in the past.
So we could probably say anywhere from 100 to 150.
Correct.
Conservatively, what it would take to, because that's, I mean, the primary ask, we're here to address 26, 27 budget requests and knowing that, of course, if we're going to invest that kind of money into a design plan with the anticipated build or outcome of that in 27, 28, which could be then, we'll say roughly between 1.5 and 2.5 million conservatively, depending on the estimates of that time. Okay, thank you, Mike. I appreciate the clarification. That's what I needed.
Any other questions? Councillor Ramsey, a T3 guy?
Oh, your big pension came with that too, eh, Mike?
Is it already in the mail?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Michael, for this. And as I'm just going to sort of go with Justin's going down the road here, you're looking for a fee for to build a new land, and then 27, 28 purchase the land. Am I correct so far?
No, Councillor Ramsey, the land purchase itself will be done separately, and it'll just be able to make sure that it's secured, and that would be purchased by the Cassidys. T3, the operating City Hall T3, which they own 57 Mount Edward
Right.
Road, our job was just to be able to find close property, land, to make sure that the biggest problem we have is just the parking of buses. And if we have the parking of buses solved, then we can stay where we are. So the purchase of land would have nothing to do with the city. It would just be the city owns 57 Mount Edward Road. They would add 3 bays to the existing building.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to figure out. Okay, thank you very much for that.
So, Michael, just to clarify, the buses that are parked there at 57 Mount Edward Road are T3 and Maritime Bus, correct?
T3 and the Maritime Bus, the Coach Atlantic,
Right.
the cruise ship buses, and the provincial rural transit.
Yeah, so the additional land that you will be purchasing to address the Maritime Bus, Coach Atlantic buses?
Yes, it would.
That's what they'll move?
Yes, it would. So therefore, there's never going to be a question, Mayor, on, do we have enough room with what we have? Because the location is a very good location for the T3 operation. It's a very good location when it comes to running motor coaches down to the cruise ship. It's a great location for Holland College, UPEI, the hotels. And we would like to make sure it becomes home. But there has been a question over the last 2 or 3 years at council, is that facility going to be big enough? Now, if we can have land adjacent. Number 2, we understand how much money has been given to us by the feds, and it's the 2.8 million at 40 cent dollars, which if the province comes in at 33% and the city comes in at 27%, we have $7 million to spend. A couple million will be taken off of that 7 for the facility. Now we have $5 million to spend over the next 10 years, and that's why I suggested in my presentation, I would earmark that $5 million to replace the 2021 buses that we bought, because at that time, those buses will be 15 years old. And I feel that that money would be able to bring us brand-new buses in replacing the 2021s. So we have a good facility, we have an upgraded facility. By 2036, you have your 2021 buses replaced, and you're running a fleet that is 2024s, 2025s, 2026s, and then you'll have 6 brand-new buses. And we're leaving the city, we're leaving staff, we're leaving T3, the operator, in a very good position when you look at the limited amount of money that we have been given over the next 10 years. The good news, council, is that we've spent the $27 million open gate money the best way we could with our changes, and we have a tremendous, tremendous fleet to be on the roads. But to grow to 30 buses, 37 buses, that's going to take an awful lot of money. And right now, the money's not there in the capital for the next 10 years. So when we come to you for operating, you're going to have to balance operating dollars, service hours, capital assets. Can you do it with the existing equipment? Do you have to buy new buses? And do we have the money for the new buses? That's all I wanted to suggest today.
Councilor Matar.
Just a question to help me understand a little better, Mike. The current location, property and facility, is that owned by T3?
That's owned by us.
No, that's owned by the city.
But
bought
so we owned that asset?
Yes.
But the property that you're talking about, is that intended to then be owned by T3 and just
It'd be-
city would lease that, like that
No.
additional space? I'm not sure what the,
No, thank you very much,
Okay.
Councilor Matar. No, it would be, owned the T3, let's say owned by the Cassidys.
Right.
Maritime Bus, let's call it Maritime Bus
sure.
Coach Atlantic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be owned by Maritime Bus Coach Atlantic.
Okay.
Because the synergies of how we operate has allowed transit to grow over the last 20 years. The sharing of wash bay, the sharing of mechanics, the sharing of office. So we don't want to lose those synergies, Councillor Matard. And if it ever came that we had to split the operations and have Coach Atlantic Maritime Bus somewhere else in the city, then you're duplicating a lot of expenses that are not necessary. So our goal was to try to find a piece of land that was close enough to your property, City Hall's property, 57 Mount Everett Road, that would give us the parking, keep the synergies in place in how we operate everything here for the city of Charlottetown. And we feel, and we'll be telling Jessica, hopefully the next couple of months, that yes, we've got that secured, but there is no cost to City Hall. That is just to be able to say that the asset that you now own has become more permanent.
Okay.
And if you spend money on it, it's a good permanent location. That's our goal for 2026.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that for me, Mike,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Just to follow up on that, Councilor Matard, so the synergies would be that an extended garage bays would that also assist Coach Atlantic, Maritime Bus in their maintenance, care, and so forth? Or is that, you're going to have a separate facility for those buses? Is that the synergies you're talking about?
Yes, we would all still stay in the same home. This land, Mayor, is only for parking.
Right. But repair, maintenance would be in the expanded.
Administration, finance, accounting, repairs, HR, everything just stays the way it is. We just have to kind of increase the mass of the building, that's all.
Yeah. So, Michael, I keep hearing the 27 million, and at our October 15th Environment Sustainability meeting, 15.6 million was already expended. That's what I was told, or that's what I wrote down here. But you're saying now what's left is 2.8? Like,
No.
is that capital? Is that for, I believe it's
Yes.
for buses, shelters, technology, and so forth, correct?
I guess the way I would like to make sure before I leave here today that clarification, because Mayor, I know you asked this
I keep
question.
asking.
I know you do. And that's why I started today to say in 2008, the feds gave us 4.5 million. They gave us 660 grand in 2016.
Yeah.
We spent all that money. You got the trolley buses, we got the Eldorados. But what happened in 2018, Council, when the feds gave every province monies underneath the Investing in Infrastructure program, there was 27 million allocated to transit.
Right.
And what happened was, we all said, oh my goodness, that's one heck of a lot of money. I mean, because 27 million is the federal portion.
Yeah.
And Ramona, I have the email here for you, Mayor and
Ramona
Council.
Doyle?
Ramona Doyle, when we were speaking to the Shaw Building, Paul Godfrey and Garth Simmons, they confirmed that some of the province are pushing back on the feds about the amount that has been allocated to transit specifically, because the program had 5 streams, and are requesting that the feds consider allocating these funds to other funding streams, because they were all saying the same thing. We don't need $60 million, for example, of transit over the next 10 years. They don't think the feds will change. 27 million has been allocated to transit on PEI, representing 40% project funding. This would mean an overall investment of 67.5 million in transit on PEI over the next 10 years. Now, if we recall, during COVID, Minister Myers stated, you have monies in this transit, 27 million. Are you ever going to spend it? What do you really need? And we put down a facility, we put down electric buses, and we pushed all the numbers. And Jessica can tell us in the file, or she may be able to help us here today, my recall was 27 million we're going to give the province 10 million for the
thought it was
COVID.
13 million.
Was it 13?
Yeah, I think it was-
Okay, so if it was 13, I thought it was 10, Mayor, but that 27 minus the 13 left us. So now we had 14 million federal money, put 33% on top of that, put 27% on top of that, and that should be our total spend of that money, starting with the 6 2021 buses. And I think mathematically, we might add up if we did it that way. And I believe Jessica would tell us that money is totally committed when we receive the 4th electric minibus.
And with left, we'll have 2.8 million left.
But no, not left. We have 2.8 million in the new announced
Right.
fund. So please, it's not the word left. That's gone.
Remaining.
The money of, the 27 million, let's say, is either gone, committed, will be paid. And now we're on a new 2.8 million over 10 years. But Mayor, when you were given 27 million in 2018 Fed money for 10 years, now we're given 2.8 million for 10 years. That's quite a drop.
Yeah.
And I just want council to be aware that we don't have big capital money today for the next 10 years. And don't have a big dream here of trying to think that electric's coming, or we're gonna get another 10 buses unless the city may have to do the capital budget themselves, and perhaps they do want to do that. My experience with the city has been, as I started out today, to do most of our capital projects, you always look for federal, provincial support. So I can see no reason why we wouldn't be looking for federal, provincial support in the future. So we're in a great shape, but we're limited. That's all I want to make sure we understand today. That's,
Jessica Corkengrill, do you want to add, I know he's been asking you to.
Yes, thank you,
provide some
Mayor
info.
Brown.
Yeah.
If I can add to what Mike is saying, just to make sure we're clear on the ISEP funding that the municipalities have to spend. So this is a total spend of over $20 million. Started spending it last year, and we will continue to spend it into 2029 on the fleet that Mike's talking about. And simultaneously, the federal government has announced a different pot of money called the Canada Public Transit Fund, which is federal only, ISIP's provincial and federal. The Canada Public Transit Fund starts now and gives the city about $300,000 a year in capital money for transit. And that will go on indefinitely, be reviewed every 5 years based on your population and your service hours and what service you're delivering. So that could go up if we add more service. But so we're planning to spend about $8 million this year on that fund, the ISIP funding. We are spending about $7 million in 26-27. We're spending about $3 million in 27-28. We're spending another $2 million in 28-29. So that's all the ISIP funding that we have secured that we can technically spend between now and 2033, but we're gonna end up spending it all by 2029. Hope that helps.
Okay,
but
so.
Jessica, just so, please, but all those big numbers, we kind of had those numbers. That's I guess the mayor and I, we use this $27 million number. It's the money that came from the ISEP fund. That's all gone, or will be gone. Like, we're committed, like, we've committed it.
The ISEP funding is all allocated for current and
Yes.
future fleet.
Except-
That will be
except
purchased and
2.8
delivered
million.
between 2024 and 2029.
Councilor Beck.
And Mike, I'm just trying to figure out where you're, I don't know if you're at liberty to say where the expanded, just looking at the property surrounding the depot. Are you allowed to say where that expansion is going, or?
Councilor Beck, I would just like, if I could today, just to be able to say it's in close enough proximity that we would think it would be efficient
Yeah,
to
okay.
use it as a bus parking lot and still keep our permanent home at 57 Mount Everett Road.
Sure, good.
Okay, so this is my last question, Michael. I got it up here. Canadian Public Transit Fund, 26-27, providing an average of $3 billion annually for infrastructure in all community sizes. So Jessica just said that we'll be getting $300K per year. this is just for operation, not for capital.
No
It is-
capital.
So it is capital, so it's gonna be an endless stream until they replace it with the next 3 billion. Okay.
No, it's 3 billion every year. It's a 10-year program. It's $30 billion starting in 2026.
That's
Starting in 2026. And Mayor, what the feds have done now that we don't all understand, 20 billion of that 30 billion is for big metro regional transit.
Toronto, Montreal.
There is 5 billion for transit systems like ours across the country. There is another 5 billion for rural transit and active transportation initiatives. We only get 5 billion. And of that 5 billion, we are going to receive 2.8 million of that.
That's, okay, that clarifies.
Yeah, and-
Over the period of what?
10 years.
10 years.
2026, 2030.
So that's 300,000 times?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, remember, Jessica does her accounting differently.
Yes.
Because the way she sees it is, we're gonna be spending what you and I call the money, the 27 million, let's say. That money, when I say 6 buses in 2021, 3 buses in 2024, 3 buses in 2025, 10 buses in 2026, 4 mini electrics, it's gonna take Jessica until maybe 2028, 2029 to pay for that. But when you ask us what's left, I could tell you there's nothing left, and Jessica might say the same thing, that if it all comes in and we pay, it's all spent. That's what I mean when it's all gone. It's spent. Jessica, I think that's the,
I don't know. Our phrasing, I think, is a little bit different. I wouldn't say it's spent because it's money that the city has to invest between now and 2033.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Is there any more questions?
thank you very much, everybody.
That's why he's an accountant. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jessica. And our next presentation, they're already here, Pat and the Elephant. Please introduce yourself. And I see Halbert's not with you.
Halbert has gracefully retired.
Oh!
With a lot of pushing.
Are you
from the
sure?
board. Yes, yes. It was like an announcement 2 years ago. It slowly progressed, so.
Halbert, I think that happened with the Red Cross, too.
Yep.
Yeah, that,
And our manager, Margaret Shanahan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship, for
Thank you.
inviting us out this
Thank you.
afternoon. Stephen is our president of the board. He's unable to attend today. He sends his regrets on. I am the new manager of Pat and the Elephant, been in that position for a couple of years now, since Halbert retired. Ron Gillespie here is my assistant manager, and he's going to do the presentation because my voice is not going to last.
We also don't have Greg Peters anymore. He has retired from the board. So we have a new person sitting on the board as treasurer who is an accountant, but is still learning the ropes, if you will. So I will attempt to make it pretty clear where we are as Pat and the Elephant, if you let me. Thank you very much
yes,
for the opportunity.
and your new treasurer is invited to come up anytime.
Yes.
Door is
Yeah.
open, coffee's on.
And it is Leonard Rogers, and I'm sure lots of folks would know Leonard because he works with the province as well with some various things as an accountant. And he's really excited to be a part of our board and with Pat and the Elephant. So you know us. I kind of sent a short form version of the presentation to you in the last couple of days. And I do apologize. I have to take my glasses off to read. You all know we've been around and part of this city and part of the province for 50 years. We had our big gala celebration last summer in July, and we're able to fill one of the rooms at Prince Edward at the Delta.
And we had a great night, silent auction, and made a little bit of money at the same time, and got a lot of thank yous out to a lot of the people who are involved with us on the corporate side as well. So that was great, and we really appreciate all of the things that we've gotten over the last year as we celebrated our 50th anniversary. Yeah, it's 1975. It's hard to believe that we've been doing this long. Currently in 2025, and we just had our numbers done up this past week, we've completed over 27,000 calls in the greater Charlottetown area, and well, I should say across the island, and that would include about 20,000 of those completed calls would be in the greater Charlottetown area. Our non-emergency stretcher service is continuing to transport seniors from seniors' homes all across Charlottetown, and of course we are also transporting all across the island, and we're doing hospital-to-hospital transfers in Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. That's with our NEMT service using our powered stretchers. Our walker ridership continues to go up. We ended up going into 2024-25 with our walker ridership increasing by 30%. And when we say walkers, it means they don't use a wheelchair for transport, but they have various mobility issues, intellectual issues. They are hearing impaired or they're sight impaired, and they need transportation. And in a lot of cases, the folks who are sight impaired have their dogs with them, and it's much easier for us to take them. We provide the ability to take the dogs as well as the individuals when we're transporting. We now have 10 accessible vehicles on the road 7 days a week. We have a service car that I use, and it's also used for transporting our walkers when we need them. We have, of course, an operation that's running 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we are rotating with 22 part-time drivers through 10-hour shifts daily. And we have an office staff of 4 full-time employees, which also includes Margaret and myself. Our biggest costs right now are, of course, wages, vehicle maintenance, and fuel. And, the fuel is what it is. The wages, we made a huge increase in trying to provide our staff with a livable wage, and it was quite substantial over 24 into 25 of a 23% wage to all of our staff, just to bring us in par with some of the organizations that do the same thing we do. The other thing is with maintenance, what we're running into now is we're finally feeling the tariff. Especially on parts that we order for our vehicles, and for our ramp systems on the trucks. They need maintenance and they need service. Parts for the ramps, for example, if I needed a new handheld pendant, they call them, for running the ramp, or if I need various parts on it, they would be running us normally anywhere between $150 to $250. Now those parts are costing us between $500 and $800. So that's been a big expense in maintaining our ramp service. And of course, the parts for the vehicles is also up. And just as we get to the end, we've outgrown our current facility because we have 10 to 11 vehicles in the parking lot, plus when staff is working, another 7 or 8 vehicles. And where we're located, out on St. Peter's Road, the property is owned by the Dara family, 3/4 of it. The other quarter of it is owned by the Murphy's Pharmacy family, and it's ironic, they own the driveway. So anything that's on when you're driving in, anything that's on the right-hand side of the driveway is all Murphy's. And when they have vehicles break down, they don't drive them anymore or repair them. They bring them out and park them out there. So there's derelict vehicles, for everybody to see. But meanwhile, the parking lot is getting fuller and fuller, and we're running out of room. So, and we our offices are upstairs in the house. So when people come to see us who are in wheelchairs, we have to go downstairs to deal with them. It takes away the privacy that they're looking for. So we've kind of outlived the facility. So we're kind of sending out just a little notice. If you come across a facility in the city that's ground level storefront, has a half decent parking lot that you might be interested in letting us look at, we'd be very appreciative. All right, and we're also very appreciative that you continue helping with the annual funding. As far as the operating budget fiscal '26, it's running at $1.2 million. And of course, we continue with other funders, which includes the government of Prince Edward Island and the federal government. We are still in the infrastructure program under a contract with them. And we are currently in a contract, I believe it's 3 or 2 vehicles left on it. We have tendered for a new vehicle that comes off the tender January 22nd, and then I'll be looking at the conversion facilities to see just exactly what kind of a deal they're going to give us for a new vehicle, and it will be a large SUV Toyota Sienna with the rear entrance for wheelchairs. The government, the provincial government is giving us about 33%. Clients is around 50%, and others. And the others is always unexpected. We've received a bunch of donations just in the past couple of months that were totally unexpected. Oh, I do want to go back just 1 second. The infrastructure program, we're buying the vehicle, then we submit all the paperwork to infrastructure, and they give us back about 75 to 78%, and then we've paid the difference, which is usually about 25%. So just so you know that. I did, as part of our 50th anniversary, I did an interview on CBC Compass back in August, and we had some people call us and ask us, how can we help? And we had one lady send us a check for $10,000. And we had another company who I happen to know him because we go to the same church. He called up and said, would you like me to donate something? And I said, what would you like to donate? He says, well, I have a GPS system that I'm selling for businesses all across the Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. He says, I would like to give you our GPS system. So we got it. It's installed in the vehicles, and my staff will be going through the training in the next week or so on how to use it and how to facilitate how it works. So we know now where all our vehicles are every day, all day, 24 hours a day. So that's where we're at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much, both of you. Any questions?
Any questions?
Councilor Matard.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to go back to, and I'm sorry that I missed it, but you were talking about you've outgrown your current facility, you're looking at a new home within the city. You mentioned a piece of property. Can you just go back to that? I don't know if you were just being facetious about a piece of property that we could give you or something. Did you mention?
Well, we would be able to pay rent. We're having a hard time finding a facility that works for us. And
Sure.
If you have any facilities that you're not using.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you'd already identified one. No, you were just saying if there's anything that we have, you'd be willing to explore.
We've been looking,
No.
for.
Sure,
another-
yeah.
We've outgrown one we're for parking and space for storing our stretchers and our.
Okay.
and
Yeah, our
chairs.
equipment, yeah.
Yeah.
So geographically, does it matter where that's at, or as long as
We
it's within
we
certain?
100% would like to stay in the city of
Sure.
Charlottetown, for sure, yeah. This is our home.
But meaning, like, what I meant by that was being more maybe an industrial area versus because
Doesn't-
right now you're in a residential, somewhat of a
Doesn't make any
residential.
difference,
Yeah,
yeah. And wherever we are, we're accessible to
Sure.
everything that we need to do, right? The hospitals, the seniors' homes,
Okay,
the day program homes, yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you.
CAO, Brad, I think our contribution to Pat and the Elephant is it 60,000 per year? What?
That's what it's currently is, yeah.
In your status quo?
For now.
Yep,
And you're looking for a place to
Yes.
move, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were at the K Reynolds building some years ago.
We got sort of, we ended up having to move because
Ran out of space.
They had new residents came in that required people coming to see them on a daily basis, and there was no room for them to park at all, so we ended up parking our vehicles in the Ford parking lot until we found a new place, so it was kind of like tentative at the time, but
Yeah.
now you know.
Ideally, we'd like a place that we would have some bays so that we could do wash, take our vehicles
Yeah.
and wash. We have a lot of early morning dialysis calls, so
Yeah.
when we start in the morning, you're starting with a really cold van at
Yeah.
6 o'clock, 5:45 for a 6:15 pickup. So it would be nice to have a spot that had some bays that we could put the vans in and then start with a warm van.
And just a last question, under the accessible taxi, how many do you have? The accessible, I've seen your Pat and the Elephant accessible minivans, which I call taxis. Do you have two of them?
We have 4.
Oh,
And the tender is for a new one, so.
So you'll go up to 5.
We've found a conversion, sorry, Margaret. We found a conversion that works for us because it's able to do 2 wheelchairs in the one vehicle.
Okay.
In the Sienna, so.
Yeah,
They're working really well for us. And so I'm hoping that when we get the tenders back, we'll be able to pick out the one. That type of conversion is really hard to find and really hard to get, so.
And expensive.
Yeah, we thought that it would be quite expensive, not as expensive as we thought, but
Okay.
it is, yeah.
We'll be
The,
talking about this accessible taxi issue
exactly, yeah.
sometime. And
Yeah, we go to the conversion company, and what they do is they go directly to the car corporate side, and they buy what's called a chassis, so it's got nothing in it but front seats and a steering wheel, and then they build the conversion from scratch.
Councilor Ramsey?
Yes, folks, thank you very much for your presentation. I just wondering, I still thought you were at the K Reynolds place. So when I go by there, so I just wonder, where are you at? If you
391
can
St.
say.
Peter's Road.
You thought they were out of
Yeah.
business.
We're at the old Dara Farm house,
Yes.
just before you get
It used to be a daycare.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay, thank you very much for the
In
clarification.
Ward 10. Ward 9. I knew that'd get a reaction. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for having us,
Appreciate
thank you.
it. Say hi to Albert.
Will do, yes.
Councilor Beck.
Well, just to unleash my inner Mayor Brown, that would be my grandmother's house.
Out there on,
Where Pat and the Elephant is, that's where my
old Dare home.
my mother grew up there.
the Dare's on, I didn't know you were on the, I
Yep.
didn't know that. Well. So Malcolm Dare would have been, whoa, okay. And who taught out at Westwood? Stuart, okay.
Yeah, it's Mark that we deal with. Mark Dara is who we deal with, yeah, yeah.
Well, thank you
have
very
a
much,
birthday
guys.
coming up in January?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Our birthday's the same day, yeah.
And thank you for your service to community. Thank you very much, really.
Appreciate it. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Pleasure to provide it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. The center. Never knew. I was wondering who your mother was. So she was a Dare, okay. Okay. So, Deputy, I have to leave shortly, so you'll have to take over again. And I know you've been very efficient. Because Councilor Ramsey.
So did you book this all day?
No, I didn't book it. These other bookings came along. Could,
I have a meeting at,
so can we get an introduction from the Gill CEO?
Yes, for sure. I am the general manager, but hello, everyone, your worship, councilors, staff, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. Again, my name is Brian Markham. I'm the general manager for the Guild, which is an important pillar of Charlottetown community, not only in terms of arts and culture, but as part of the broader economic engine of the city. The Guild's mandate is established by both the city and the province to own and operate the facility, theater, and gallery spaces located at 111 Queen Street, providing a venue for established visual and performing artists on PEI and ancillary support services to island artists. So these services include performance, exhibition opportunities, residencies, upcoming mental health and wellness supports, rehearsal space, equipment access, mentorship, grant assistance, collaborative opportunities, and more. Our mission is to empower the artists and creatives of Prince Edward Island and by providing an accessible, well-rounded, and welcoming central hub, equipped with space, staff, and support needed for the creation, presentation, and celebration of all art forms. The City of Charlottetown is a foundational partner in this work. The Guild is a unique community center focused on developing the arts economy, creating long-term careers for artists, and finding ways to retain artistic talent on the island. With the right resources, the city can be a place where artists want to live, stay, and move to. It is with this purpose in mind that we are requesting a continuation of our operational funding in the amount of $117,000, equal to the provincial contribution, plus the annual portion of our property tax grant in the amount of roughly $19,587.94. This funding level allows for stable operations, stronger community engagement, and more meaningful career development for artists. It is because of the city's contribution that artists are able to stay here and continue contributing to the economic development of Charlottetown. In addition, as we have requested from the province, we're asking the city to consider establishing a long-term 3 to 5 year funding agreement to support stable operations and long-term planning. Long-term agreements are not unusual in this sector. On PEI alone, Summerside has entered into 2 5-year funding agreements with Harbourfront Theatre and College of Piping and Celtic Performing Arts, each receiving upwards of $90,000 annually. Along with a longer-term funding agreement, it would also benefit all parties to update the MOU between the city and province to ensure long-term viability of our organization. Sorry. With engagement at this level from the city, we are able to support artists in remaining on the island, as I mentioned, fuel creative growth, and develop sustainable careers in the arts. The Guild has a long history as a starting point and stepping stone for professional artists. Artists such as Justin Shaw, Benton Hartley, Bryn Cutcliffe, Rob McDonald, Tanya Davis, and many more began their professional journeys at the Guild and went on to create main stage productions at the Confederation Centre and develop exportable work that has toured across Canada and internationally. A significant part of the success comes from knowledgeable staff and accessible space. Your investment in the Guild allows us to use our skills to mentor artists and strengthen organizational capacity, enabling us to provide more opportunities and actively nurture the cultural economy. The Guild is an economic force that supports not only the arts sector, but the downtown economy as a whole. Your ongoing support also allowed us to complete our first ever strategic plan, ensuring our goals align with both municipal and provincial priorities. Our 4 core objectives guiding the budget directly align with the City of Charlottetown's own strategic priorities. As stated directly in the City of Charlottetown's official plan, arts and culture are woven into the fabric of Charlottetown. The Charlottetown of today is a welcoming and warm place rich in culture, artistic expression, recognizing the cumulative impact of potential of these assets. The city has leveraged them into substantial economic driver of its own right. Embracing its identity as an artistic city steeped in dynamic cultures and a profound past, Charlottetown residents have so much more to share with each other and the world. So historically, arts and culture conversations often focus on scarcity and challenges. While I will address those realities, today I want to focus instead on our objectives, our successes, and our opportunities, and how the continued operational support we requested from the city fulfills both the Guild's strategic plan and the city's cultural policy and official plan. I will speak to how a consistent level of funding meets the objectives of both the Guild and the city. Our first objective, which is clearly outlined in our mandate, is to own and operate the building at 111 Queen Street, or as we described in our strategic framework, to create space. This past year, thanks in no small part to the operational capacity provided by the city, we have made significant upgrades to the building and continue to do so in the coming year. Highlights include developing the Black Box performance space into a highly flexible multi-arts venue. We were successful in securing $150,000 in federal grants to update our washroom facilities and equipment. We received over $25,000 in heat pumps and labors as an in-kind donation from Greenfoot Energy, allowing to convert a portion of the third floor cultural space to more efficient heating. We adjusted long-term tenant spaces to better serve the arts community and are in the process of activating underutilized spaces in the building as a darkroom photography studio in partnership with Charlottetown Darkrooms. We also submitted a $1.95 million application to the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Fund, which, if successful, will initiate a larger capital campaign to reinvigorate the building. In addition, we launched the North Nook Gallery, which is a 24/7 public art gallery right on the corner of Queen and Richmond. So more art in more corners. As many of you know, the building was constructed in 1958, opened in 1959, and is beginning to show its age. While your continued support has helped mitigate challenges, some remain. We currently do not have a functioning elevator to the second or third floor, as the original elevator was permanently shut down due to age. Despite progress towards energy efficiency, much of the building is still heated by oil. Space limitations continue to be a challenge, particularly as artists increasingly require specialized studio and equipment, which in turn limits opportunity for deeper collaboration and with other cultural organizations. Excuse me. With continued support from the city, the opportunities for the building are substantial. We can focus on future renovations, capital planning, and infrastructure redevelopment that allows for more creativity in every corner. In the longer term, we will continue exploring a rooftop garden and public space, as well as the what an expanded footprint could offer the community. Our second objective is to champion the arts, or more specifically, to elevate local artists. This fall, thanks again to city financial support, which has allowed us to build professional capacity, we introduced a subscription model known as the Guild Collective. This program provides over 30 artists and organizations with the opportunity to call the Guild home while generating consistent annual revenue. As we continue to refine the model, we are exploring tiered options that better serve artists, organizations, patrons, and audiences. Another major success this year has been the community engagement, with a significant increase in the use of the building. 457 performances, exhibitions, events, seminars, workshops, and concerts. We developed our Career Catalyst series for artistic professional development, giving island artists the opportunity to remain in Charlottetown while continuing their education and career growth. We increased professional opportunities for artists to present their work, stabilized our staffing structure by flattening management to reduce burnout, and experimented with access rates that better reflect the economic realities of artists. One of the core goals of the City of Charlottetown's cultural policy is for the city to act as a cultural connector, which aligns directly with our objective of expanding community and market development and being a place where arts can thrive. In 2025, our market development efforts have taken off and are increasingly functioning as a career catalyst for artists across the island. We've been able to offer paid opportunities through the Guilty Pleasures Showcase series with support from Discover Charlottetown, and have solidified strategic collaborations with Creative PI, the Island Fringe Festival, Charlottetown Film Festival, PEI Pride Festival, and many others. We have strengthened relationships between our tenants, who include Music PI, Pride PEI, French Cultural Federation, This Town is Small, David Rash's Music Studio, and more. We strengthen relationships with our tenants, artists, and arts organizations through regular mixers, discussions, brainstorming sessions, and open houses. These efforts are helping build stronger connections across PEI's cultural sector and increase collective capacity. We are also honored this year to receive the Cultural Connector of the Year Award at the PEI Arts Award and to be finalists in the Chamber of Commerce President's Excellence Award in nonprofit category. With this expanded community development, we have faced challenges, particularly related to staffing capacity as activity and need for mentorship increases. Audience engagement remains a sector-wide challenge following the pandemic. That said, with recent changes to the Guild and the dedication of our knowledgeable full-time staff, community engagement is reaching levels not seen before the pandemic. To further strengthen engagement beyond the arts sector, and again, thanks to the city investment, we have initiated a rebrand, expanded sponsorship development, and strengthened job security for artists and cultural workers. One of the most important objectives of any arts hub is, of course, financial stability, and necessary to retain skilled staff and artists and to sustain a cultural institution that benefits the broader downtown economy. In 2025, we stabilized our staffing structure thanks in the combined support of the city and the province. This operational funding represents the minimum level required to maintain a unique and important cultural hub. Financial stability allowed us to provide more paid opportunities for artists, increase our capacity for grant writing and donor engagement, complete our strategic plan, strengthen long-term rentals, and increase short-term rentals and bar revenue. Challenges, of course, remain due to the building limitations, infrastructure costs, and the economic precarity of individual artists. Developing a reserve fund continues to be difficult, but steady operational funding helps address these pressures. Looking ahead to 2026, opportunities for financial stability are growing. We will be initiating a capital campaign, developing an endowment fund, expanding sponsorship opportunities, broadening federal grant applications, and continuing to experiment with social enterprise and paid artist opportunities. Turning to our proposed 2026 budget, we anticipate increased revenue through all of those ongoing strategies mentioned. As a result, the city's operational contribution represents 26.4% of our total operating budget compared with 27.2% previously. This reflects modest but important progress in donor development, sponsorship, grant writing, and increased space usage made possible by adequate staffing. And in the proposed expenditures section, the staffing continues to be our largest expenditure, but it is also the reason we are able to deliver an increasing impact year after year. Knowledgeable staff allows us to focus on economic development in the arts and culture and tourism sector. While some positions do not qualify for wage subsidies, we continue to pursue available programs. This week, we actually hired a project staff member through Resourceability Wage Subsidy and Coaching Program. They'll be working on Guild Archives, which is a lot of fun. And we have applied for Canada Summer Jobs positions to support peak seasonal demand. All right, so where does the city's investment go, and how does it impact the arts and the city as a whole? It directly advances the city's cultural policy priorities, strengthens Charlottetown's reputation as a premier destination for engaging art, supports downtown economic growth and tourism, enables new artistic works and export opportunities, stabilizes core staff and institutional knowledge, enhances community services, strengthens sector partnerships, leverages federal and private funding, and maintains a low-barrier artistic home. Beyond this, the Guild is an economic catalyst. Activity at the Guild increases foot traffic, supports bars and restaurants, helps retain residents, and directly supports local businesses. We prioritize local suppliers and stock local products whenever possible, ensuring our economic impact stays within the community. Reducing funding to the Guild would have a significant ripple effect across the arts sector and the local economy. It would likely result in staff layoff, reduced professionalism, diminished capacity to access grants and sponsorships, decreased activity and rental revenue, loss of institutional knowledge, reduced building maintenance, fewer island-produced works, reduced tourism and foot traffic, and increased burnout, putting a unique cultural asset at risk. This investment sustains a low-barrier artistic home that allows artists to take creative risks while building long-term careers in a supportive, low-risk environment. By stabilizing core staff and preserving institutional knowledge, it ensures the capacity to manage a growing level of artistic and community activity and enables predictable year-round operations. The impact extends beyond the arts and through increased downtown economic activity, locally sourced businesses, tourism growth, and new partnerships. It strengthens the cultural sector by enhancing public access to the arts, deepening collaboration, improving organizational professionalism, and positioning the organization as a sector leader. The stability also enables the leveraging of federal and private funding while directly advancing the city's cultural policy priorities, demonstrating that when the world is in crisis, sustained investment in the arts fuels resilience, community connection, and economic vitality. In accordance with the city's cultural policy, we respectfully request that this proposal be taken under advisement, recognizing the significant benefits it delivers to Charlottetown's creative community and to the city's cultural reputation beyond the province. This is a timely opportunity to strengthen an organization that is iconic and singular in its attention to and support of artists. Housed in a building that is sustainable, physically beautiful, and genuinely welcoming, an institution that resonates with the life and culture and community. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Brian, for your report and update on what's happening at the Guild. Any questions from you folks here? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Matart.
I need you, oh, turn me on. Hi, Brian, how you doing? Good to see you again.
You too.
Thank you for your presentation. Brian, one of the things that stands out to me here is use the term financial stability a lot. We know there was a few years there where financial stability was probably challenged at the Guild. And, you know, I'm happy to hear, based on some of the conversations you and I had, that probably, you know, going in a better direction on that.
Yeah.
Having said that, and, you know, and the investment that the city makes from an operational standpoint, one thing that I don't see here, and if you're at liberty to share, and not in any great detail, but where do we look at 2025 from a fiscal or financial stability in the way of which the Guild is operating currently right now? And
Yeah, so we're actually looking really healthy. So while we won't necessarily run like a surplus per se, we'll be able to start adding to that replace and reserve account, and we're able to extend our supports for artists because of that sustainability. So a couple of things we did this year was hiring two very qualified and knowledgeable staff members who have backgrounds in theater and arts management and arts education, so that these qualified staff members are really able to uplift the community as a whole. So that kind of support will continue to make a difference in just retaining qualified staff. And then so yeah, we're looking good financially. We're also, you know, trying to renovate the building bit by bit, hoping to do a larger capital campaign. So we're able to start putting away a little bit of money to start those major renovations, with the hope that in a couple of years we'll be able to announce just like a massive renovation.
So thank you for that. And I think it's important, you know, as council deliberates, you know, our budget requests and our operating budgets as we move forward, I think it's important for us to know the stability of not just the Guild, but others who are coming asking for money, and know that we're kind of moving in that right direction, as opposed, you know, and on the return on our investment,
Yeah.
you know, from a financial standpoint, but also from the ability to continue to operate and offer services to, you know, the residents of Charlottetown and Prince Edward Island as a whole. So I appreciate that. I mean, it's just in context, it's important, I think, for us to know that. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I think really that staffing, that we're kind of at our minimum amount of like necessary staff to really do the things that we're mandated to do. And I will always work my butt off as hard as possible to bring people in, bring community in, find the money. I'm losing my hair to the job, of course. So I have a lot of passion for this organization, and I really think we've got a brilliant future ahead of us. So.
Yep, thank you for that, Councilor Matart. Councilor McCabe.
And thank you. Just kind of piggybacking on some of that, Brian, is last year when we got the $117,000 grant, that was a one-time commitment from the city, I believe. I believe we kind of went in and tried to do that to put people, I don't know, it's going to require some discussion around where we're going to be able to go as far as, continue with that, whether that goes into a new MOU or MOA or whatever at some point. But like Councillor Matart was just saying, we are really going to have to look at where we are all around to see how much we're going to be able to do as far as spreading the money that we have and still maintaining our services. But I do appreciate your presentation.
Well, thank you. And I will speak just briefly to that too. It was, I suppose there maybe was a mix-up in language because when we made the request for 117,000, it wasn't meant really to be as an emergency request or a one-time funding request. It was meant as like, this is kind of the baseline levels as to what we actually require to fulfill our provincial and city mandate. I, of course, was not the ED at that point, but that was kind of the actual what we were kind of going for. And then part of the reason why I'm looking to look at a 3 to 5 year funding agreement is also to help with that stability. There was a MOU somewhere down the line that was provincial and city funding was supposed to like remain matched generally. Somewhere that kind of fell off and disappeared, but it's something that's often talked about within the organization.
I don't think, we have never seen any kind of MOU or MOA. I know you might have more history on that actually yourself.
So just to clarify, just because I have a memory like an elephant, last year, the recommendation from Wayne's staff was a status quo funding, which would have been substantially less than they received last year. Council came to bat for the Guild and said that, they presented a really good presentation of what their needs were. And so what council did last year was agreed to that 1 year with future discussion at the next year's budget. So although the Guild is asking for that long-term commitment of the 117, council did agree last year that it was for that 1 year, because as I said, the staff's, Wayne's team did not come in with that recommendation. That was council superseding staff's recommendation and increasing that. So that's going to be having this information from Brian is really important for us when we deliberate our budget for this year. And to dovetail on what Councilor Matart and Councilor McCabe are saying, yeah, we are in a strict fiscal constraints. We have a lot of asks, and we also are limited in what we can do operationally for the residents of Charlottetown, even just in the things that were mandated by the provincial government to be responsible for. So that's giving you, and then back to the MOU. There was an original MOU from the late 90s, early 2000s, and that was the original MOU. I can picture it in my head. It was equal contributions from the province and the city of $40,000 each, and that was when the Guild, which was Ars Longa at the time, was first formed. So Brian's not wrong. There was, and always has been, a discussion of an MOU. Can we find it physically? That was never updated from that, but there was a general relationship between Harry Holman and Ron Atkinson from the city at the time for that. Whew, that's a lot of memory there. Anywho, I digress. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Councillor Beck.
I just had a comment. My recollection was if we didn't, I think there was I have two recollections. One was that we had to have it was going to be a redevelopment of a corporate plan or a directive of some sort as they were trying to restructure, and they needed some funding for that. And then I think it was either last year or the year before, was if we don't come up with another $40,000-$50,000, basically the walls were going to shutter, the windows were
Yeah,
going to
and
shutter.
that was a previous person before Brian.
Exactly,
before-
yeah,
and
yeah,
before
I'm
the
not
person before
referencing Brian, I'm
Yeah,
talking,
that was right, and that was a one-time, like, oh no, and council moved money around and did it outside of budget time.
Right.
And that was a one-time, and then the second previous person came in last year with an ask for this larger amount for this
Yeah.
year, or for last year. And like I say, staff's recommendation was not as high as the ask was, but we went with what the ask was for that year. So you're right. Yep, there was a lot of moving parts going on.
Yep.
Councillor Ramsey.
Deputy Mayor, who owns the building, Brian? Does the guild own the building? I noticed you mentioned something there that, you're looking at purchasing or doing something with it?
Yeah, so the guild owns, the PEI Arts Guild Inc. owns the building.
Okay.
The city, the city and province kind of share the board management team. So we've got 9 board members, 3 are appointed through the city, 3 are appointed through the province, and
Okay.
3 are independent. But yeah, we are owners of the physical location, so we're able to do those renovations, those updates.
No, but that was my next question. If the guild doesn't own it, why are you doing renovations?
Oh, yeah.
But now that you clarified that, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Great, well, thank you so much for coming in, Brian. And if there's no other questions, we will thank you again for being here. And I know that your fund manager through the city will be in touch as we deliberate and tune into the deliberations on YouTube as well. And anyways, have a
Amazing.
good rest of your weekend.
You too. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the time today. Thanks.
Okay, folks, that concludes our discussions today. And because it's a special meeting, there's no option for new business. So I'll ask for motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Matart, seconded by Councillor Ramsey. All those in favor, have a wonderful day. Thanks for tuning in, Bob, or Councillor.
In favor, thank you.
Bye.